Mikey checky checky check check. A Mikey check check. Refreshing. Checky check check. Mic check. Okay. Hey, you can hear me? Hey, okay. Let me pause this music. Also, I found I'm pretty sure I know a workaround to my music fading issue, but I just need to transition to another song or something. But I'll explain that later. There we go. Yeah. Audio looks good. Just gonna move my mic a little bit so I can be better in shot. All that good stuff. All right, guys, what's going on? Philosopher here. Welcome to our Sunday stream. It's our Scary Games Sunday now. I have a couple of games back to back that will be primarily scary games. So we're gonna play some after we do some talking. We have Little Nightmares 1 and 2. I'm gonna wait for 3. I think by the time I beat 2, I'll know if I like the game or not. Hopefully by the time I play 1, I'll know. Typically I will. But I'm in a scary game kick, so I'm hoping to continue that. I got to decide the other games, but I'm pretty sure I'm going to do Scorn after this one as well. And then I might take a break from scary games to play something else. But before we get into any gaming, we got to do some chatting. Now, I haven't had time, or I haven't made time, I should say, to do as much preparation on some topics here. Let me fix the mic. I've been wanting to do some deep diving on some topics, but I haven't, for whatever one reason or another, haven't remembered or haven't done it yet. Like I want to do a deep dive into Pete Hegseth. I want to start talking about some of the administration specifically and pointing out some issues. In the meantime, the easier thing to do is doing reaction videos. I have a couple of topics to talk about that actually my wife inspired me to do, but I don't see you on the chat though. Let me see here. The stream is really far behind. The YouTube stream is super far behind for sure. Oh, hold on. Okay, there we go. All right. Sorry. Let me just fix this real fast. That's gonna bug me. Yeah, I had it so small that I couldn't even notice. I have previews. I actually need to pop this out. So yeah, actually, that's a good point. If anyone is just hopping in here randomly on YouTube, I am streaming on YouTube Shorts now as my first stream officially. This is my maiden stream, if you will. Let me clear that chat real fast too. And then I don't see the YouTube chat in here. Oh, did it desync again? Tried typing in YouTube while I was talking. Yeah, it looks like the YouTube one desynced again. I got to re-add that one to the chat. I wonder why it does that. You got to go to integrations. So yeah, if anyone's hopping in here now, we're going to be talking about some stuff, but I got to remember because I got to transition my scenes individually. So I got to make sure I'm on the right scene. So thank you for that, Tech. I appreciate that. Tech's got the tech. Perfect. Yeah, it signed me out of YouTube. Okay, now it's back. All right, try chatting again on YouTube. Now, I'll go over to the chat just to make sure. Okay, Marcus is in here. Marcus son? Yeah, what's up, man? I'm nervous. Oh, Marcus Tyson. I can't read. I'm like Mark Husty son. What does that mean? Test. Ooh, yep, I see it now. Yep, little YouTube icon. Perfect. I guess I gotta just re-sign in on my app. Yeah, what's your question? If you can hear me, what's your question? Also, YouTube has a huge delay. I've tried watching people on YouTube and then watching them on Twitch, and there is a huge delay Oh, actually, YouTube has the chat in there too. In the long term, I might end up moving that somewhere else now that I see it on my phone, like pulled up and everything. I've played Minecraft. I don't play Roblox though. I don't touch Roblox for multiple reasons. I have in the past, but that was more so for a after school program that I was running. But in terms of my own entertainment, no, I'm like 38. Not that there's anything wrong with older people playing Roblox, but Minecraft was a game that came out when I was like in grade school. Yeah, YouTube has a huge delay, which is, I think, only challenging when interacting with the chat, I would say. So just as a heads up, sorry if I'm not reacting immediately to y'all, because I'm getting it later than I would the Twitch stream. Is the funny or not? Is what funny or not? Sorry, I'm not catching it. I'm a little slow, you know. Hold on a second here. Roses are red. Uh-oh, hold on, let me. I read it, just not out loud. That is to be expected, I suppose. I gotta type one thing to somebody real fast and I'll be good. Lost Evan. Oh, am I or is Marcus? Because I mean, I am partially Indian, but I'm not an Indian scammer, as far as I'm aware. I'm more Jamaican and American than that. I'm just responding to a comment on YouTube that someone was giving me. What's up, Evan? And then I'm going to get into this video. I actually have a pretty good one that I want to talk about here. It gets into debating. No, it's no one in here that I'm messaging or anything like that. Let me see here. Uh-oh. As far as I'm aware. Oh, thank you for the follow, by the way. If you know how to do the notifications for Kick, let me know. I am new on Kick as well, but it's been recommended to me several times to do Kick. So I'm doing it. I don't feel like my content is the right fit for Kick, but hey, you know, I'll try it out and people will let me know. Who is there, sir? You don't know how to? Okay. Yeah, that's like who's there? Who's there, Marcus? Now let me test something out here. Okay. Let me see if this works. Go away. Oh, it worked, but I'm a little off kilter here. I've also changed the camera angle as well. My editor recommended this angle, so I'm gonna go with this for a little bit, see how it goes, see how I feel about it. Jay? Me? Oh yeah, I mean, that Mavis Beacon, man. The Mavis Beacon had me on lock, you know? Are you gonna keep saying knock knock? Oh, Joe Mama. Joe who? Joe Mama? Bro, I'm 38. That was like something I heard 30 years ago. All right. So anyways, let me talk about this real fast. I'll pull this up on both streams. Man, this is gonna be interesting. I'm gonna see if I can find some ways to integrate hotkeys for both, and we'll see. Okay, cool. So yeah, I am streaming on Twitch and I am streaming on Kick. Twitch is my primary way of streaming, so that's what I've been accustomed to streaming on. The YouTube Shorts is going to take some getting used to, so I apologize for any issues with that. I'll have to see if I can reduce the delay and look into that as well. Life Force song. I am not familiar with that. Okay. Ooh, and I need to make sure that I do one other thing here. And if you guys have any questions, let me know. I'm gonna get into this, and so I edit my own videos when I put them onto YouTube. If you've watched any of my YouTube videos, but I tend to cut out a lot of the middle chatter if I'm interacting with the Twitch. Usually I'll try to restrain. This is a longer video, so I don't want to wait the whole video to get into it. But let me go ahead and just get the introduction really clear so I don't have to do as much editing. So, all right. So this topic is one that was submitted to me. I think this is a really good one because it deals with recognizing how to debate, understanding some of the tactics. And this isn't specifically for just the far right, in my opinion, but this is titled towards the far right. It is what it is, but I think that I've experienced this. I've seen this from a lot of debates. I've watched thousands of hours of debates, sadly to admit, and I've seen a lot of these tactics that are talked about in this video. So we're going to break this down. I think it'll be important to really recognize some of these tactics, perhaps ideas on how to approach it. This video is from Mehdi Hasan. If you don't know who he is, he's I don't want to say he's the owner of Al Jazeera. I don't want to say that, don't quote me on that, but he is a member or works for Al Jazeera, but he's basically a journalist, right? But he's been doing a lot of debating, a lot of conversation on various topics in politics right now. And so I love watching him debate. I'm not saying that I always agree with what he's saying, but I think that his approach to debating is very good. And while the video itself is fascinating, it's a Jubilee video, I have mixed feelings about Jubilee and how they do their political stuff. And so I'm very mixed in that. But how you doing, Rose? Good to see you, man. Good to see you, Chris. But nonetheless, they do spark up a lot of controversy and they do get a lot of attention for their videos. This one in particular was a weird one. I recommend just watching the whole video on your own without my influence so that I'm not tainting your opinion one way or the other. One thing I try to mention at the beginning of every video, I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a liberal. If I see in the comments that you're calling me a liberal before you say anything else, or if you just call me a liberal, I'm not going to engage with you because you're not actually listening. You're just making up stories in your head about what the heck you think I am. I've seen some crazy topics. I've done one reaction to some of my comics. I'm going to have to do another one at some point. It was fun to do, but let's shut the heck up and get into this video. And I'm going to make sure this audio is turned on for both of you guys. So I apologize if that's not on. Let me know.
You're a little bit more than a far-right Republican.
Hey, what can I say?
What can I say?
I think you can say, I'm a fascist.
Yeah, I am.
Oh boy. If you're questioning the direction our politics are headed right now, chances are you've had a lot of unhinged arguments just like this. The truth is the far right isn't winning because they're correct. They're winning because they understand exactly how to manipulate.
Let me turn it up for you. Actually. Oh yeah, it's turned down, just period. Let me know if this is too loud for you.
Human psychology. My name is Harper. I studied rhetoric and
You're a little bit
I'm going to start this over real
more
fast.
than a far-right Republican.
Hey, what can I say?
I think you can say, I'm a fascist.
Yeah, I am.
oh boy. If you're questioning
proud.
the direction our politics are headed right now, chances are you've had a lot of unhinged arguments just like this. The truth is the far right isn't winning because they're correct. They're winning because they understand exactly how to manipulate human psychology. My name is Harper. I studied rhetoric and debated competitively for 4 years. Then I used what I learned to build a social media platform and pull thousands of young men out of the alt-right pipeline. So I know how these persuasion tactics work and how to counter them. So today, we're going to break down this Jubilee video and pull out the frameworks for effective communication so that you can learn not just what to say, but how to think. Let's get into it.
My first claim is Donald Trump is pro-crime and pro-criminal. Welcome.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I'm Mehdi.
I would just like to ask, what makes someone pro-crime versus, anti-crime?
I think when you're soft on criminals, when you let criminals out of prison, when you pardon people who've assaulted police officers, you're pro-criminal. Donald Trump pardoned almost 1,600 people who were involved in January the 6th. I think 600 of them had been charged.
So Mehdi's doing a couple interesting things here. See if you can spot him.
There's a man named Daniel Rodriguez. He got 12 years in prison for taking a stun gun and tasing a police officer in the neck and giving him a heart attack. The judge said he was a one-man army of hate. Donald Trump pardoned him. Does that not...
I do like that they give the fact checks on the side there as well. Obviously, people are going to question the verifications of it, but I like that they're at least making the effort. I do hate this format. I got to reemphasize that. I don't like the format, but I do love the conversations that come out of it.
make Trump pro-criminal? He's letting violent criminals out of prison.
I would say no, it doesn't make him pro-criminal. One,
You're okay with that?
I did.
Also, I'll say this one last time and then I'm going to just move on. But Marcus, I'm not completely ignoring you. It's just that for the sake of editing, I'm going to minimize how much I'm interacting with the chat during this time, and then I'll have conversation afterwards. If you can't respect that, then I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell
I
you.
did not say that. I said that one pardon against somebody.
It was 1,600 pardons. 600 of those were
Yes,
people
one against
charged
one
with...
example that you just gave me.
I can give you more. Should I keep going?
Fine.
Shane
And I'll say the
Jenkins.
exact same thing every single
Then
time.
your argument will fall apart because it's
Okay,
not just
go
one
for
example
it,
if I
go
keep
for it.
going.
Go for it then.
Okay, Shane Jenkins got 7 years in prison for 9 criminal offenses, attacking police with a deadly weapon, destroying government property.
How do
Trump pardoned
pardons
him.
that probably shouldn't have happened turn into pro-crime?
So you've agreed that they shouldn't have been pardoned.
So what's Mehdi doing here? He's following a principle that I call controlling the pivot. You may have noticed Jace moves the goalposts a lot in this conversation. Once one of his claims is knocked down, he retreats to a weaker position. If you ever feel like you just argue in circles with some people, this is why. Because you let them pivot from one point to the next without actually closing out any one topic. And this basically has the effect of turning conversations into a game of whack-a-mole. They say X, then they pivot to Y, then they go to Z, then back to X. 20 minutes later, you're back in the same place you started. So how does Mehdi handle this? Throughout this video, you'll see him pressing people to admit when they're giving up ground. For example,
How do
pardoned
pardons
him.
that probably shouldn't have happened turn into pro-crime?
So you've agreed that they shouldn't have been pardoned.
Sure, but that was...
this is a small question, but it makes a big difference because it forces Jace to either argue the point or give up the point. This is how you actually make progress in a debate. But
Yeah, this is a really important one. I'm glad he pointed this out really early on. And again, Mehdi Hasan is really great at this, while I feel like not being an asshole about it, right? It's really easy when you feel like you have the moral high ground to just be condescending and to be basically a dick to the other person. I'm sure I'm guilty of it as well. But at the same time, I try my best to remain humble or to have some humility when I'm talking about these topics, but it is challenging when it hits a certain threshold, when it's starting to get, into bigotry or prejudice and things of that nature. It's sort of a hard line for me. But this is something, I don't know where I got this from originally, or if this is just like a trait of mine. When I start doing debates, and when I have debated in the past, I don't engage further in the conversation until people can acknowledge certain points, right? I'm not saying that it has to be that they have to agree with what I'm saying, but they need to acknowledge it one way or the other and make a clear distinction on what they're saying about this point. I had someone, like a friend of mine, who we're having like not a heated debate, but it was a really passionate one. And they kept thinking that I was trying to get them to agree to something just for the sake of agreeing, because I wouldn't move on with the conversation. And one of the reasons why that's important is because if you don't stop people from pivoting, that'll be encouragement to keep doing it. And so all the conversation will be, he basically said it, whack-a-mole, right? But it gets frustrating when it's someone that you know and it's someone that that's close to you, or maybe just a friend on Discord, and it becomes very easy to just want to defend the next point that they're hitting. It's like, oh, that sounds stupid too. Now I'm going to call that stupid. And it's like, no, in my opinion, right? I'm not a professional debater like this guy, so take this with a grain of salt. But in my opinion, I don't think there's any point in moving on in a conversation if people can't acknowledge certain points. One, because certain other points are going to build on the foundation of acknowledging certain realities or certain truths or lack thereof, or opinions, right? Differentiating between opinions is a separate topic, but I think very closely related. But it also tells you about the character of the person, right? If they cannot acknowledge a point and they're going to move on from it, then the sense of trust is not there. And it becomes harder to assume that they're speaking in good faith. So it's really important to recognize a pivot. I know a lot of people are very eager to prove somebody wrong. And so when they hear somebody pivot, they just hear another stupid thing that they want to just tear down. But all it really is, take it from someone who has ADHD. I've been diagnosed twice. It is a distraction. You don't acknowledge that point until you move until you actually make a resolution on the first point that you're talking about. So it's important to recognize a pivot first off, and to not just get excited about proving them wrong again, or showing them that they're stupid. Yes, that will come in time, but with certain points, and I wish I could think of the example off the top of my head, but I can't right now. But I personally think that's really important, and that's one of the reasons why I think when I start debating on shows, I'm not going to be as popular, is because I'm not trying to farm clips. I'm not trying to clip farm. So when people can't acknowledge my rules of my debate process, then after telling them and warning them, I'm just going to kick them off the show. I'm going to kick them off the call, right? There's no point in me just farming clips from them. I'm trying to make progress. So I want to talk to the next person. There's another person on the line. I'm not trying to do all that.
Mehdi is doing something else here that's super effective. Let me show you.
Your claim was Trump is pro-crime.
Yeah, because he pardons criminals.
Okay, I
He
would say
pardoned
that's a
not-
fault.
Let's talk about non-January 6 people.
Okay.
He's pardoned people like Paul Wolchak recently, who took millions of dollars from his own employees, was sentenced to tax crimes, had to pay back $4 million. Trump pardoned him. He bought himself a $2 million yacht. Why is he pardoning him?
Mehdi Hasan has an incredible ability to rattle off facts. And this makes his points super tangible and concrete, because he's not just arguing about pure principles, he can actually back up his points with examples. So how can you and I develop the ability to always have a counter argument on hand? Well, Mehdi was obviously able to prepare for this conversation. He knew ahead of time what his claims were going to be. But there's actually another way to prepare for political discussions, and you can do it anytime, anywhere, without having to be prepared for a specific point.
Josephine Olsen says, I was so impressed with your quick recall of good arguments. Generally, how the hell do you keep that many facts, dates, and statistics just at the ready like that? There's no way you could have predicted how unhinged they immediately got, yet it felt as if you had a response for everything. Unfortunately, for my sins, I spend a lot of time watching what the far right say. I watch Fox. I read right-wing sites. I'm familiar with their arguments.
So how do we keep up with what the other side is saying without watching hours of Fox News like Mehdi does? I'll show you the method I use. First, go to Ground News. It's an app and a website. I'm on the website right now. So Ground News processes thousands of articles every day.
I'm going to fast forward through this part. And then also, am I lagging? Give me 1 second here. Yeah, I don't have any mods other than myself on YouTube right now, but clearly I might need some. But Marcus, I'll give you like one last heads up, one last warning here. Stop that shit. Like, I'm not going to engage with what you're saying. I'm not a DJ. I'm not going to play a song for you. So just be aware of that. Like, have that self-awareness to understand that. Yeah. Let me fast forward through this. Oh, wait, no. I have nothing wrong with Ground News. I need to try it out for myself. I'm just not trying to plug something that I'm not even a sponsor of, you know.
Things are about to get heated.
Okay, here we go.
Let's check it out.
How's it going?
Hey, how's it going? Mehdi.
What is it?
Mehdi.
After.
You're from northern UK, I guess?
I'm from London, North London.
So I want to say something before this guy points it out, because I noticed, I watched this whole video and then I watched the debate video that's covering it. But this guy right here, and I take this for what you will, but like, I don't like the term microaggression because it sounds very, I'm trying to think of a term. It's just a little bit too PC, but at the same time, it is a real thing. That is a real action that people do, right? It's not like some conspiracy thing. It's just, you have ingrained preconceived notions, right? And this guy right here, he kind of scares me a little bit. And I think this guy talks about it. I watched another video a while back and he talks about it too, but this guy actually concerns me despite the fact how he comes off initially. I don't know if this guy will talk about that. I don't remember this.
Fair enough. What's your ethnic background, if you don't mind my asking?
My parents are from India.
Okay, perfect. Just getting premise here.
Now, there's a couple weird things about this exchange you may have noticed. First of all, Richie obviously knows Mehdi's name. He knows who he came here to debate. He had no reason to ask multiple times. Secondly, Mehdi's ethnic background has nothing to do with this conversation. So why is Richie moving like this when his statements are clearly irrelevant? Let's watch.
What's your ethnic background, if you don't mind my asking?
My parents are from India.
Okay, perfect. Just getting premise here. First of all, I want to say
The premise
that,
of Donald Trump being pro-crime.
No, I want to concern myself with why you care about what's happening in the U.S.
He's trying to like validate or invalidate this guy's opinion. And from my perspective, he's prioritizing this guy's opinion based off of where he's from. So a lot of people that I've seen, they'll lower the prioritization of your opinion if you're not of their culture, right? That's my take on it, but we'll see what he says.
First and foremost. Secondly, I want to say this. With the
Should
argument,
US should people who live in the
let me
US
finish.
not care about?
Let's not interrupt each other. Because I have this thing, like people know I have this thing. I have to stay calm, okay? So
Okay.
here's the thing. I am happy that he released J6. In fact, so much so that I was prepared to protest if he didn't.
Okay.
So when you say, are you okay that he's pro-crime? Sure, because you know what? We're changing the definition of what crime is, first and
You
foremost.
don't think stomping on police officers' heads is a crime?
I don't think it's no longer a relevant conversation anymore. You're
Really?
arguing. No, it's not, because you know what? Okay, have you seen the U.S. in the last 4 or 5 years?
Yes, I've
BLM
lived
protests.
there for a
Have you
while.
seen? Okay, I myself have been involved in these protests. I've seen egregious things that you couldn't even imagine.
So we
being
have no
done
rules
to
then?
conservatives. It's not
Twice now he's brought up race, and that's not relevant in the conversation at all. Just take note of
about
that.
that. It's about tribal warfare. That's where we're at in the U.S. I don't know where you're at in the U.K. You're from India, so I don't really.
I'm not from India.
Oh, sorry, your parents are from India, so.
Did you catch that? These statements about Mehdi's ethnicity have nothing to do with the conversation at hand. They are purely emotional barbs designed to put him off balance. This is a trap, okay? If you lose your cool in this situation, no matter how justified you are, you're going to make a fool of yourself. So, how do we manage our emotions during a debate? First of all, you need to understand that you have
One thing real quick. Sorry. I'm going to try to shut up in a second, but I wanted to share somewhere where I disagree with him. Now, I preface this with saying that he is the expert and I am not, so do not take my opinion over his, but I at least want to share my opinion on this take because it deals more with your mindset. It's more subjective in my opinion. It's not something that he can clearly prove. But I don't think that guy's intention was necessarily to throw off Mehdi's throw him off emotionally. I personally think that he was in his own head validating or invalidating Mehdi Hasan's opinions based off of where he's from and what ethnicity he is. So that's where I differ with him. There's no way I can prove that, right? And this is one of the things I like to say several times in my videos is that there's a difference between opinions and facts. And if you can't differentiate between the two, then I can't respect you personally, but also you're not going to do well in debates in terms of like conversations productively. So that's that. I wanted to clarify that I disagree with him on that statement, but ultimately the tactic that he's doing, I totally acknowledge and recognize that is something that guy is doing regardless of his intention.
no obligation to engage with these lines of attack. They are in the wrong for bringing this stuff up. So if a situation like this happens to you, don't stoop to their level. Don't get wrapped up in an emotional argument. It's just going to make you both look bad. Instead, call out this behavior in a calm way that puts the heat back on them. Mehdi does a great job with this.
What's your ethnic background, if you don't mind asking?
My parents are from India.
Okay, perfect. Just getting premise here. First of all, I want to say
Premise of Donald Trump being pro-crime.
No.
Almost instantly, you can see Richie get flustered when his attacks don't work.
Let's not interrupt each other. Because I have this thing, like people know I have this thing. I have to stay calm, okay? So.
Okay.
Okay, so we need to manage.
He's the
emotions.
Hulk.
So
That's what it
why
is.
Is managing emotions so powerful? Well, let's compare a debate to a boxing match. Now, you might think that fighting angry would give you more energy. That might be true to a certain extent, but if you let your anger control you, things are bound to go badly. You'll start taking wild swings, making stupid decisions, wasting energy. Same holds true for a debate. Richie came into this discussion heated. You can feel the anger radiating off him.
I have this thing. I have to stay calm.
Ironic, right? It actually makes sense if you think about it, though. Emotional attacks come from emotional people. And as you might expect, that causes Richie to say some pretty silly stuff.
I'm an American, you know.
You're an American citizen? Okay.
Real quick too. Sorry. So I don't know what this guy's thought process was with this, but the two observations that I have is that one, as a debater, I think this was a really dumb thing for him to say because he is basically clearly conveying to his opponent that he is an emotional person, like he's controlled by his emotions and he like has trouble managing them, and that it's a bad thing for him to lose control those emotions. Two, as a human being that has been on the street, like been out interacting with human beings, that sounds like a veiled threat. And even if he didn't mean it as a threat, it's a threat because he's saying that bad things happen when I get mad and you're in my proximity. So more than likely it's going to happen to you and or me. So while I understand the open honesty, I think that is an incredibly stupid thing on both those levels. Not a nice thing to say. But I think that, like, for someone like Mehdi Hassan, he's very composed. Like, this guy talked about it. Composure is incredibly important. So being able to manage your emotions and keeping your cool is really important for debating as well, because you recognize things, you can answer them, and if you don't get wrapped up in your own emotions, then you're able to recognize when people are saying things that don't make sense, or holes in their logic, or an opportunity to clarify. Not everything needs to be hostile, but this guy basically made it hostile from the jump by what he's saying. And if you disagree, that's great. Let me know how you disagree that what he's saying isn't a threat, and also doesn't like weaken his, like, this is basically a chink in his armor. In my head, I'm like, this guy is emotional. Depending on the context of the debate, right, I might exploit that. It's a competition, right? For me personally, that's not the route that I typically want to go, because I'm trying to focus more on a solution than just being right. However, if someone has crossed like an ethical line or something along those lines, and I recognize that they're not willing to be good faith, and there's not really much like if I'm in a public situation where someone's paying me to do a debate or a conversation, and I'm not the host of the show, and I'm forced to finish this debate with them, I'm not going to walk off. I'm going to make them look as stupid as I can before we're done debating. And saying that you're an emotional human being at the start of a debate, in my opinion, you don't really mention that back to them, but you take note of that. You put that in your head. You put that in your memory banks there.
Okay, fair enough. I don't know how you got that, but fair enough. Here's the thing.
Are you an American citizen?
Absolutely.
Okay.
But here's the thing.
Not sure how you got that. Okay.
Born here.
What? Hold on.
Silly stuff.
I'm an American, you know.
You're an American citizen? Okay,
Yes.
fair enough. I don't know how you got that, but fair enough. Here's the thing.
Are you an American citizen?
Absolutely.
Okay.
But here's the
Not
thing.
sure how you got that. Okay.
Born here.
But you're a descendant of Indians. Settlers.
I didn't know.
Colonialists.
Yeah,
You don't
colonials.
look
Yeah.
very Native American to me.
I am Native American. Whites
not.
are Native Americans. What are you
Sorry.
talking about? What are you talking about? Whites are Native Americans. Really? Here's the thing. I am happy that he released J6. In fact, so much so that I was prepared to protest if he didn't.
Okay.
So when you say, are you okay that he's pro-crime? Sure, because you know what? We're changing the definition of what crime is. It's about tribal warfare. That's where we're at in the U.S.
Think about it. Even if you legitimately believed in what Richie just said, this is still an awful way to express that perspective. Hence why you can see Kai cringing in the background. And if you're a woman, you can see this pattern play out over and over and over again throughout the video. Later on, Mehdi sits down with Connor, who can't help but gloat about how far right he is.
So
This
I would
guy.
say that with Trump being anti-constitution, I don't really care, to be quite frankly.
Okay.
What do you?
I want to also say really quick, I don't think that the majority of like conservatives, Republicans are like this. And even the majority of Trump supporters, I don't think are intentionally like this guy and some of the other people on the show. So I just want to say that the things that they're saying and the way that they're arguing are very common in pretty much all political affiliations or spectrums. So I'm personally not trying to identify just the far right. I'm trying to identify the behavior that they are showing during debates and during these exchanges. So I don't want the takeaway to be that far right people are crazy and this is how you debate far right people. That's not the communication that I'm trying to convey here.
Believe in.
Autocracy.
And if that autocrat kills you and your family, you're fine with that.
Well, I'm not going to be a part of the group that he kills, because
How do you
that's the
know?
whole thing.
How do
Well,
you know?
Carl Schmitt
Autocrats tend to kill everyone,
Carl
even their own
Schmitt makes
supporters.
this point very well in his work. It's the friend-enemy distinction, right? You
Carl
liberals,
Schmitt, the
you-
Nazi
Yeah,
theoretician.
absolutely. I don't care.
You're a little bit more than a far-right Republican.
Hey, what can I say?
I think you could say, I'm a fascist.
Yeah, I am.
Or we could talk about Joseph, who was actually kind of holding his own against Mehdi.
Sure. So you can look at like the STEM industry. It's been in like a complete and total recession. There's been tons of studies like from the Economic Policy Institute that show the study you're talking about is from Giovanni Perry, and what he did is he didn't account for aggregation issues, nor did he look at an occupational approach where you look at the specific firms that immigration's going into, like Kim ETAL 2013 did.
Until he blows up.
Listen,
Yeah.
I am
Yep.
an immigrant. I'm speaking from personal experience.
Get the hell out.
I don't even like. I should get the hell out.
Yes.
Why?
I don't want you here.
Why?
Because you come here and say all this bullshit about how Americans.
So why are these guys choosing to communicate in a way that's bound to make them look crazy? Well, they're not choosing to. Their emotions are in the driver's seat. They're falling victim to what I call the radicality reflex. The radicality reflex describes the tendency of people to take intentionally provocative positions out of pure spite. Let's watch another clip from Richie and Mehdi's conversation, and I'll show you what I mean.
Newsflash, the conservatives are liberal to me, okay? Neocons, libertarians, all those mainstream people, they might as well be leftists to me, okay? That's how far to the right I am.
Richie isn't even trying to come off as reasonable at this point. Quite the opposite, in fact. He's getting off on the idea of triggering Mehdi and all the libtards watching. Now, you might be thinking, this is a boneheaded mistake. I would never act like that. Not so fast. Let's flip the language here. Newsflash, the liberals are conservative to me, okay? Neoliberals, Democrats, all those mainstream people, they might as well be fascist to me. That's how far to the left I am. It's easy to recognize this blunder when it comes from someone you disagree with, but all of us fall victim to this trap. I certainly have in the past. When you revel in radicality purely to spite your perceived enemies, you put off normal people rather than winning them over. So you basically defeat the purpose of communication. Obviously, there's nothing inherently wrong with having a sincerely held belief that happens to fall outside the mainstream. However, if you do happen to have these beliefs, you need to recognize that and work hard to articulate why those positions are common sense. Way too often, people do the exact opposite and double down on how fringe they are simply because they want to feel based. It's okay to have emotions. We're not robots. But there's a difference between authentically expressing those feelings and letting your emotions control you.
Well said. Let me check something real fast too. Oh man, how are you doing, Chris? By the way, it's been a while. I haven't been able to go to the place in a while. Pretty sure it's a mix of pulverism and poisoning the well. Oh, I totally missed all that. Okay, sorry. I don't know if you were here when I said this earlier, but I usually don't interact too much with the chat just because of editing. But if you're still around after I'm done with this video, I totally want to go back and read a lot of what you said because that's really exciting to have you here. So don't think I'm ignoring you. Sorry. And good to see you. Also, if you happen to leave before I get the chance to chat more with you, have a happy holidays, Merry Christmas, Happy Kwanzaa, whatever the heck you're doing. Yeah. Is the YouTube still on here? It is. Okay, cool. Just making sure. This is cool though. I changed some of my hotkeys around, so I'm trying to look very closely at all my buttons before I press anything. But yeah, just for a little bit more context too, and actually this is a good time to do this. So one, I've been doing these live streams and talking about my content every Sunday around 6 o'clock. So if you're watching this on YouTube, one, please do me a huge favor. I've been getting good traction so far, but if a like and subscribe would be very, very helpful to keep getting the message out there as I work on perfecting all of my messaging and things of that nature. So thank you guys so much for that. And if you want to hop into the stream, Twitch is probably the best way. I'm experimenting with Kick and YouTube. But yeah, either way, thank you for the support. Also, congrats on graduating. Holy crap. Yeah, congrats. Oh man, see that's the good stuff right there. I'm happy for you, man. That brings me some happiness. You know, you don't have to deal with any more of that stuff. So, you know, I'll give you one of these right here real quick. Yeah, yep, that one's for you. That one's for you. Apologize if you're not a Kendrick fan. Also, I judge you as well. Sorry. I'll shut up. Okay. Let's get back to this.
Hey, how's it going?
How are you guys?
Nice to meet you, Mehdi.
Nice to meet you. Thank you for coming. I appreciate you. I really just more want to get an understanding. When you say pro-criminal, what do you mean?
I mean that when confronted with people who've committed criminal acts, Donald Trump has been either soft on them, friendly with them, pardon them, and of course, let's not forget, I mean, we've got 5 minutes left.
So you may have noticed that this conversation has a very different tone compared to the last one. Let's watch and see if we can figure out why that is.
J6,
Yes.
is it possible that he could have done this
Yes.
to unite the country, to go to a new chapter? If it's even possible, I think you would have to admit that there's another possibility, therefore he's not pro-crime, at least in possibility.
So I'll share my thoughts real quick before he gives his observations, because I don't remember anything from this specific video that this guy has said, unfortunately. I didn't really need to, because he makes some great points, and I knew that it would remind me of some points that I wanted to hit. So a couple of observations. I think his most cordial conversations were with people who were not white. I think there's logical reasons for that, based off of their history or their background, like the individual's life that they lived, right? You just live a different lifestyle when you're in America and you have not white skin. It's just the way it is. You're treated differently. It's not a good thing or a bad thing. I mean, there's good and bad situations individually, but I'm just saying that's just the truth of the reality that people live in America. But I think that the reason this conversation and the other one went so well is that most of the people that are on this show, on Jubilee's Surrounded, they speak from a place of confidence with no evidence. And this guy, he is not speaking from a place of this for sure happened and you're an idiot if you don't believe it. That's basically the energy that I get from a lot of people from this show. And granted, like, I totally understand that I come off that way a lot too. I think that I make valid points to back up when I come off that way, or I can if it's challenged. But a lot of people that do that and are, very basically, if you're a Trump supporter, you kind of have to come off with this energy because you don't typically have a lot of evidence to back up what you're saying. It's a lot of feelings and stuff like that. And it's not an insult. I challenge people to actually bring up things to argue their point rather than pivoting to another thing that happened on Democrats. Again, because I'm not a Democrat, I can criticize both at the same time, but that doesn't take away from the fact that you still have to criticize or respond to the points that are being made about this administration, about this person, about this action, etc. And so this guy, to get back to the main point, he does not speak as if like for sure this is the case. He poses a question in there as well. He gets passionate about it, but he also does not make a assumption about Mehdi or make some sort of clarification that if you don't believe this, then you're an idiot, at least not yet.
So let me agree and disagree.
Yep.
So I agree with you that the intent could be different. I don't think Donald Trump was sitting there saying, how can I increase the level of murders? Let me release some murderers.
Right.
I'm not saying he did that, generally.
So why does Mehdi's conversation with Samuel feel so different compared to his conversation with Richie? Well, it has to do with a fundamental concept of communication that I call calibration. Essentially, calibration is the ability to match energy. If they come in aggressive, then you need to be more combative to counter that. This doesn't mean making personal attacks. It just means that you need to control the conversation more aggressively if you don't want to be steamrolled. You got to be firm. On the other hand, if they're more conversational, like Samuel, be conversational with them. So how can you calibrate your conversations to the proper level? You do it by assessing good faith. Good faith simply means honesty or sincerity of intention. If they seem to actually care about understanding your perspective and reaching the truth, then they're acting in good faith. If they clearly just want to make you look stupid and win an argument, they're acting in bad faith. By the way, this good faith, bad faith distinction isn't a yes-no binary. It's more like a gradient. So tactically, how do we actually calibrate? Essentially, you just need to adjust to the level of good faith that your conversation partner is exhibiting. I'd say a good rule of thumb is we want to come off as one notch more good faith than them. That's going to give us the rhetorical high ground. So back to Mehdi's conversation with Samuel, we can see that Mehdi is much calmer and easier with Samuel than he was with the last few people he talked to, because Samuel seems more willing to have an actual discussion. Later on, Mehdi sits down with Edwin, who Asks Mehdi genuine questions, doesn't interrupt, and Mehdi allows him to speak for long stretches of time without speaking over him, which is pretty rare in this conversation. So why do these good faith conversations feel so different compared to the other ones we've seen so far? It's because they're fundamentally different types of conversations. There's two basic types of political conversations we can have. There's discussions and debates. Discussions are intimate,
I was muted, wasn't I?
respectful conversations designed to promote common understanding between you and them. Debates, on the other hand, are public, assertive conversations designed to win over an audience. There's a lot more to this discussion-debate distinction that I won't get into for the sake of time. Suffice it to say, these two types of conversations follow completely different rules. So if you want to learn more about how to succeed in each of these types of political conversations, learn the fundamentals of rhetoric, and instantly unlock your communication ability, then I wrote a brief ebook called The Leftist Rhetoric Pocket Guide.
Oh, interesting. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll reiterate this real fast. So now I'll go ahead and make this big screen while I'm at it. Okay, I know my DPI is at 800. Thank you very much, Logitech. Appreciate that. All right, so let me reiterate this. I have my Twitch chat pulled down, so I did not see it, which is one of the reasons why I like to have it up, but for editing purposes, just easier for me. Anyways, earlier, he talked about the fact that how to focus on matching their energy, right? He talked about matching your opponent's energy, and that's the part that I wanted to focus on. Is that I wanted to make a distinction that's really important depending on who you're talking to and what your goal is. Now, he brought up matching their energy. Now, I agree if he is saying in the context of having a public debate where the goal is to win over the audience or based off of some sort of scoring system, I agree. Being able to match their energy can be very, very beneficial to you, to winning over the crowd. But he doesn't, at least to my knowledge, he does not differentiate between the context of the debate. I would disagree if he is saying that in general when you're having a conversation with someone, because the reason I made a distinction is that a lot of people who might watch this video, watch his video or watch my video, they might be having issues with someone that they're close to, like a loved one, a friend or a family member. I know people that are dealing with this that are very close to me, that are interacting with people that are very conservative and not supporting things. And so the reason I made the distinction is because I don't think that's the best thing to do when you're having a debate with someone that you care about. Yes, that is more context based. That is more individual focus rather than a good rule of thumb. There are some people who are a little bit more timid and don't stand their ground. And in that case, yeah, you might need to match the energy of a loved one that is trying to dominate you by being more assertive. In that context, yes, that is a good thing or a potentially good thing to do. But if you're someone who tends to already be that way, or maybe you're a little bit heavy-handed with how you convey things or emote things, that might not always be the best thing. And if you're talking to someone who's more timid, there's so many more contextual situations to explain why I don't agree with this and want to differentiate, because I think that's a little bit of a disclaimer that he doesn't really explain, is that, yeah, not everybody that's having these kinds of conversations are having them with people in a public forum. And so you need to be a little bit more conscious of the fact that, yeah, is your goal winning over the audience, or is your goal to help somebody understand where you're coming from? Because in that second example, a lot of times this is more to deal with the fact that someone you care about is supporting something that goes against your ethics, your morals, or your values, right? Or it has to deal with how that group is treating people or how they're threatening things. And again, those examples fall into the first three things that I mentioned. So I just want to add that disclaimer that this sort of tactic of matching their energy needs to be monitored more closely when you're talking to someone that you're close to rather than a public debate. And then I think he's doing an ad here, so I can fast forward through some of this.
Is it immigrant?
Okay, no.
Link in the description to grab it for yourself.
My next claim is that immigrants overall are good for America. Hi, how are you?
Hello, nice to meet you,
Mehdi.
Daniela. So in regards to your claim, I just want to start by asking this. Do you care more about helping Americans or immigrants in this claim?
Now, up until this point in the debate, I've had nothing but good things to say about Mehdi. He's been doing very well. But in this conversation with Daniela, I think he makes a pretty massive blunder, actually. Let's watch.
The millions of immigrants, it's up to the millions. It's the last 20 years now, and it has dramatically affected Americans here in the country, which
Positively, I would argue.
people like me and everyone around here, we cannot find homes or even get jobs within our own fields that we go to college for, that we get into debt for. Many people here are in college or went to college, but we can't even find jobs in our fields, also because of the H-1B visa program as well. But in regards to just your claim about immigrants specifically, we cannot even get jobs to pay for housing.
Unemployment is at a record low right now, even under Donald Trump. And I'm not a Donald Trump fan, but I would say unemployment under both Biden and Trump has been at record low levels.
Now, let me ask you, do you think that the average person is more likely to agree with Daniela or Mehdi regarding her assessment of the economy? Frankly,
I see.
when it comes to the economy, I think most people would agree with Daniela that things are tough out there. Good jobs are hard to come by. Prices for essentials like food, housing, healthcare, and education are sky high. The problem is that when she blames this economic situation on immigration, Mehdi doesn't respond properly. He gets his wires crossed a little bit. Rather than providing an alternative explanation for people's economic woes, he pretends that everything is fine.
The United States economy was
Yeah, he
not
comes up a
as,
little detached.
Better.
I see.
The American economy is better than it's been
Not
for
from
many
a-
years.
not from the
And I can say that
statistics
as someone who
we
doesn't
have-
like Donald Trump.
I do not think that many people share that sentiment right now. Now, to his credit, Mehdi does mention tariffs here, and he does call out billionaires at certain points in the video. However, the core of his argument with Daniela is genuinely that the economy is doing great. That's a tough sell these days.
Congressional Budget Office, which is bipartisan, Republicans and Democrats both use it. They have said that the immigration surge that you mentioned will lead to an extra $9 trillion of GDP over the next 10 years. That amounts to $65,000 per American household. That's $65,000 for each and every one of you holding up a red flag.
Except it's not. It's clearly not, because GDP doesn't distribute like that, and everyone knows it. This is exactly why liberals have been floundering lately compared to economic populists. This is why the Biden administration had such a strong backlash. Everyone intuitively understands that unemployment statistics don't measure the quality of jobs or the standard of living that those jobs provide. GDP going up means very little for the average person if all that wealth is going to a small group of elites while their cost of living continues to rise and their income stagnates and their job prospects evaporate. If we don't understand that, acknowledge that, and provide an explanation for it, we're going to keep losing ground to people like Daniela who say you're struggling because immigrants are abusing welfare and taking your jobs. So
I like that he brings this up. I don't tend to speak on economic issues at length because I'm not as well versed, and I don't like to just say things without really being able to confirm that, and I'm bad with numbers. So I will limit my opinion or my take on this, but I do appreciate that he calls this out and allows us to see Mehdi not just in some perfect light. I'm not a Democrat or like a leftist by any means, so I don't necessarily agree with honestly, I agree with what he's saying, right? But I just don't have a group affiliated with it to like defend them or to make them look bad or good, right? I don't have a concern about the overall group's optics or anything of that nature, or like, you know, which this guy is focusing on just being objective, and that is great. And I agree that he comes off detached, and it's very easy to want to just get into statistics. And one of the reasons why I haven't prioritized studying statistics is because I don't think it is necessary for the average conversation with the person on the extreme opposite of you. I think that sometimes it can be useful, and I think sometimes it can be detrimental. So I don't prioritize that. I try to focus on what like their priority is, and then trying to pick apart, not in a malicious way, but I basically come from an area of trying to understand what they're saying and asking questions. And a lot of times people who are not either in good faith or people who don't have a rational argument for why they feel the way they feel, they will out themselves or just outright like try to pivot or deny or whatever it may be.
So how can you address people's economic concerns without falling into anti-immigrant rhetoric? Well, you first need to understand what I call the diagnosis-prescription distinction. Let me explain. When you're discussing a political issue, like the economy, there are two separate components. First, there's the diagnosis. In other words, what's the issue here? Second, there's a prescription. In other words, what should we do to solve this problem? In this case, Daniela's diagnosis is that the economy is doing bad, and her prescription is immigration restriction. Mehdi blunders here by arguing with the diagnosis. He pretends that the economy is doing fine.
The American economy is better than it's been
Not
for
for
many
what-
years.
You don't have to be anti-immigrant to find that argument thoroughly unconvincing. So, how can you avoid making mistakes like this? Well, imagine it's the Middle Ages and you go to see a plague doctor. He goes, yep, you've got the Black Death. Here, drink this vial of mercury. You'll be on your feet in no time. To be fair, it would be a bad move to drink mercury. You should probably not take the doctor up on that. But it would also be ridiculous to pretend that you aren't covered in boils. You can agree with the premise without agreeing with the conclusion. This goes for any political topic, not just immigration or the economy. Understand the diagnosis-prescription distinction to analyze where the true disagreement lies. So if the diagnosis here is that our economy isn't working for average people, then what's the solution? What can we offer people besides deporting millions of immigrants? Well, in order to answer that question, we need to be able to effectively criticize the economic system that's causing the cost of living crisis. Capitalism. If you want to learn how to talk about capitalism effectively, then click here to
Okay. So yeah, I mean, I like that his last point was something that criticizes Mehdi more than just kind of propping him up again. I find myself agreeing with his observations. I enjoy watching these videos on my own, so and I like talking about these, honestly. So I may find more of these. There's another guy. I won't do it today because it's almost time to get into Little Nightmares. And we can continue this conversation even while we're gaming. But let me think how to articulate this, because I almost forgot what I was going to say. I enjoy talking about this, one, because it helps me learn and remember a lot of the things that I know and have recognized, right? And so I have to give a little bit of context too, and this is a weird bit of context, but I would say in some ways I have a lot of history with like debating or having political discussions with people that I strongly disagree with, and that started for me with my mom. We argued all the time as a kid, and I've mentioned this in a couple of different stories, so I'll keep this brief. But basically, as a kid, I now know that this is actually a common trait of ADHD. But when my mom would say something, I would just disagree. And when I disagreed, my brain would turn logical, because if I know how certain things work, or I have a valid argument against it, my brain couldn't stop me from debating with my mom or arguing with my mom. It was more of an argument because we got to yelling and stuff. But I developed this skill of recognizing what my mom was doing, and some of these skills I think I developed because I had to compensate for a lack of a good memory, and so I would recognize when my mom would pivot. I would recognize when my mom would change what she said, like she would retcon the lore of what she said in our conversation, right? And like I love my mom. Don't get this wrong. It's just that when she was younger, I think because I was the kid and she was a mom, she just had to be right. I've noticed this in a lot of people. I've worked in sales, especially in like video games, for a long time. A lot of parents just have this condition where they have to be right, and that leads to some really manipulative behavior when they're talking to their kids. And I am not for that. But I would learn how to, like, I would look up things. So one, my mom hated when I would fact check us in real time. Like once the technology was good enough to where I had a cell phone, like this is 25 years old, but I'm talking about when I was younger, I didn't have all those tools. So I had to learn how to recognize what she was saying, but there was a power dynamic. So I could just think about it after the fact of like, she was wrong here, but all this stuff. So then when I got older and I had my own place and I was, more bold to stand up for myself, I even started recording some of our conversations because I got tired of telling her that she's lying about what she said. Because you said thing A at the start of our conversation. Now you're saying thing B, which is the opposite of thing A. So there's no way that you can stay defending your argument if you're now changing your argument. You have to acknowledge this and this. And she would just like totally retcon that reality. And I'm like, what is happening right now? And so, 10-year-old me, how I feel now with a lot of the Trump supporters and things is how I felt back then. And so that allowed me over time to develop this skill set to where I unintentionally learned how to get people to hang themselves when they just don't have valid arguments. And I've done this so far, not maliciously, but just with genuine curiosity. And somehow, in my opinion, genuine curiosity and not focusing on being right is the best way to make somebody look stupid, or the best way to help somebody see reason. When I don't share my own opinion, and I have to make a distinction here because there is a difference between always asking questions or always being curious and asking questions to dodge acknowledging a point. Those are not the same thing, right? You don't necessarily have to share all of your opinion, but you can confirm or deny a point that somebody is making. And sometimes it's just a matter of like, hey, this is not confirmed, or what's your source, but like not saying you strongly agree or disagree at the start of a conversation. As much as you might want to do that, if you're trying to actually win somebody over or make them realize how stupid they are, or make other people realize how stupid they are or wrong they are, how, not to be as insensitive, you just have curiosity, because people are going to say something stupid, right? And it's like, hey, these monkeys are back dancing, back flipping on the moon. And your first reaction would be like, what the hell are you talking about? No, they're not. Like, there's no oxygen on the moon, blah, blah, blah. Like, you can just start listing off all these reasons why they're wrong and dumb, right? It is very easy to do. And I do that when I'm talking to a video, because I don't have anybody to bounce off of or to like actively conversate with. But what would be better is just to ask them questions that lead to a conclusion that would help them realize they're wrong. And like, that doesn't mean like asking these leaning questions, like genuine curiosity of like, okay, well, how do these monkeys get on the moon? Okay, how, like, do they have suits? How are they breathing oxygen, right? And as you're asking these questions, the two most likely scenarios are, one, they're going to get more outlandish, or two, they're going to course correct or clarify their point, because sometimes people just misspeak and say dumb things, right? And so if they get more outlandish, that just leads to more questions that you have to match with genuine curiosity. Now, this is in general. If someone's just being evil and like just being a vile human being, let me reword that, because that's too subjective. If you suspect that people are just trying to be malicious, not that they're ignorant, but if you suspect that they're just trying to be mean to you, depending on your relationship, you can just outright call that out and ask about it. Like, what is your goal here? Are you trying to attack me? Because like, I feel like you're always being passive aggressive, or you're throwing out ad hominems, etc. Right? And if that isn't the case, or you don't suspect that they're genuinely being an asshole, then just come with curiosity and ask them questions. And yes, in the back of your mind, you can be like, this might be stupid or whatever. That might motivate you to ask questions, but your tone, in my opinion, is more important than what you're saying. And a lot of people, they either don't understand that or don't have the composure to maintain that sort of philosophy or that sort of tactic or talking style. And so, that gets into composure. I think we can talk on that a little bit too. But yeah, I think that the reason why those other two, so first off, the conversations that were peaceful, there's a third person that he didn't show that was very peaceful as well, and he ended up getting voted off because he wasn't pressing Mehdi Hasan well enough or hard enough. But they were having a good conversation with each other, right? And the people voted him off, which really pissed me off because it was a productive conversation. But yeah, matching people with your questions and then maintaining a genuine curiosity, they see that, they can feel that. And it is hard to maintain if you're judging people. That is a whole nother topic. I've intentionally learned how to remove my judgment from how I convey what I'm saying when the time calls for it, right? Let me see what the chat is saying. You're the same with your dad. Understandable. I'm curious to know about the recession thing. If you can send me some articles, like if you can DM me some, I would like to study up on that. I'm not going to do any videos on that, but I like to understand it for myself, just for the sake of it. I read a lot of things off stream that I never talk about on stream because I don't feel like I know it well enough. I think there's really important to challenge authority and question what you're being told. Yeah. So I 100% agree. And I find it so weird that a lot of the debates that I watch and people that I interact with in my YouTube comments, man, if you haven't read my YouTube comments, that is cinema. A lot of these people, and I say this all the time with different, this is the first time I've talked about this specific scenario, but these people have this weird habit of saying something and simultaneously like accusing somebody of doing something and simultaneously being the person that does that thing, right? Let's talk about freedom of speech. A lot of these Trump supporters will claim that their freedom of speech is being infringed upon while simultaneously actively trying to silence other people and or supporting a president that is actively doing those things very publicly, not only via the administration, but via their own social media power or influence. And I feel like it's the same case with what you're talking about here, where challenging authority is, a lot of times those two things are combined, freedom of speech and challenging authority. I don't know what it is. And I suspect I know what this is, but I can't confirm why people do this. But there are a lot of people who feel like they're the authority, but when someone else is questioning their authority, especially when they are of color, their first thing to say is get out of our country or shut up. Your point's not valid, right? And I'm getting that on my own YouTube channel. I have people that just type GTFO or get out of the country if you don't like it. And it's like, bro, the president is not my boss. We are the president. We are the boss's president. It's of the people, for the people, by the people, all that kind of good stuff, right? We hired him to do a job. We have the power, technically, in some ways, to fire them as well. So when these people say that when they challenge your challenging of authority, it's like, what are you doing here? And can you at least acknowledge that I respect that guy at the beginning that said that he is a fascist because he can just openly admit it. Right. I think he's unhinged because he lacks the self-awareness because he felt a little bit empowered because his white buddies were there with him. I think some of them probably were like, I don't know about that one, Chief. But, yeah, I totally agree. You have to challenge authority. And I think that's separate from the debate aspect of it. I don't think you need to. I don't think that when you're debating somebody, there is an authority. If you're debating somebody that has authority over you, there's only a few scenarios I can see that in, and usually it's not going to be in a debate format. But I 100% agree. It's about figuring out why they feel the way they feel rather than attacking this statement. Yes. So it is about figuring out why they feel the way they feel rather than attacking the statement by itself. That is so true. And it is true from the diplomatic approach, and it's true from the aggressive approach. Like, I differentiate between debating with a loved one in favor of trying to help win them over or see where they're coming from versus just public, just optics of winning a debate. It's, in my opinion, it's always better as long as you're able to not relinquish any ground. Right. I'm not saying that you agree with people or you're passive. I'm just saying that your main emotion that you convey is curiosity and removing a lot of the condescension or disdain or judgment from how you're conveying what you're saying. Right. Ideally, you don't have those feelings in general, but that's impossible to ask anybody, let alone myself. But yeah, 100%. When you're debating with people, that I think is always going to be useful. And there's a few other things I want to talk about too that he doesn't talk about in his video. Right. And one of them is composure. And I think about someone that I know that I had a conversation with today and several times recently about having to have conversations with their loved ones and trying to figure out if they're going to be around them for the holidays because they're dead naming a loved one that's in the family as well. They're supporting Trump and not really acknowledge, they're dodging points when this loved one challenges them. And so it is very much top of mind because they express that they're concerned about being very direct with the confrontation because they don't know if they're going to be able to be composed because they're not naturally a very argumentative person, especially with their loved ones specifically. And so I wish that there was some sort of one size fits all when it comes to this, but there isn't. The only things that I can recommend, one is doing meditation. I'm sure some of you guys are tired of me mentioning this, but it's so useful in so many different areas. And I would recommend finding a guided meditation that focuses more on emotions and calming rather than just a general mindfulness meditation, right? I think mindfulness meditation is beneficial, period. I think mindfulness meditation can help you with composure, but most meditations that are focused on emotions and calming yourself have mindfulness built into it because you can't, in my opinion, it is very hard to actively calm yourself down if you aren't already practicing mindfulness. So when you're practicing a meditation, a guided meditation that focuses on your emotions and calming yourself down, typically your guided meditation is going to have you be aware of how you feel, right? And that is an aspect of mindfulness, which is just being aware, right? That's pretty much the simplest way that I could like grossly oversimplify mindfulness meditation because it is a very expansive concept. And for people who lack composure, but maybe they have some patience or are at least passionate enough to try to practice this, find a guided meditation. And then once you have it memorized or you feel comfortable enough, do it on your own. I like playing music of my own, or if I'm out in nature, that's kind of nice too. That's a good like soundtrack if I'm in a nice nature area in the woods or by a beach or something like that. But if, it's winter where I'm at, I ain't going outside. I'm sorry, not doing it. I'm not meditating outside, just not happening. So I like calm music. I personally like chill step if I have to recommend a genre. It has like the bass, but it also has like chill vibes. So it's like, I love bassy music, but I also love chill music, and I think that's the best thing for me when I'm meditating. But yes, meditation is one way. The other way is exposure therapy. A lot of people ask me when it comes to competing in video games, how do you get better at that? Now, at this point, I had already been practicing mindfulness meditation, so I already knew what I wanted to do when I competed. And all I try to do when I'm in a tournament is just to stay calm and to try to keep my mind focused on the match. And trying to recognize any irrelevant information or thoughts from the match. That's basically how you stay calm, but you can't do that if your default reaction if you have a default reaction that is opposite of that, right? So a lot of people get mad when they lose and they make excuses. And a lot of times what you're thinking is what leads to your emotion. So more than likely, if you're in a debate or a conversation and you lose composure, it is because you're distracted. You're distracted by what? I don't know. I'm not going to assume, but more than likely it's a what if, or it's a I did something wrong, or a I can't stand what this person is doing. You're thinking something not relevant to actually achieving your goal. That's basically the same thing as when you're competing in tournaments. And so that it's hard to course correct that in real time if you don't know, one, what you're feeling and why you're feeling it. And especially, I hate to stereotype, but I've coached a lot of people in a lot of different varieties, and guys on average struggle with this aspect. They get tilted more often, and when they get tilted, they don't know why they get tilted, and it takes longer for them to recognize that they were tilted, right? A lot of the women that I've coached, they are so much easier to work with because they can acknowledge their emotions. They can articulate their emotions, which is a separate thing, right? So the person I'm referring to does struggle with recognizing their own emotion in the moment and also articulating how they feel, which usually means you don't fully understand why you feel the way that you feel, which makes it harder to be able to course correct your emotions in real time or to minimize how long you stay in that emotion that is taking you off of your game. To the best of my ability, and I haven't done any debates, so I have to put my money where my mouth is when that time comes, publicly, like on camera. You know, in a lot of these videos, I allow myself to be mad because I am typically not a person who gets and expresses anger. But the things that I've been getting mad about in my videos, in my rants, are things that are justified and I should not feel ashamed to be angry about. I have a history of feeling shame with anger. Whenever I felt angry as a kid up until my late 20s, I felt shame for being angry because it felt like a lack of control or a lack of self-restraint or discipline. So that was something that I learned on my own. It was not something that was like pushed into me. I saw a lot of anger and a lot of yelling in my personal family, a lot of physical violence, or more than the average, I would say. So I saw anger as getting beat. I saw anger as physical fights, right? Usually when there was yelling or anger, whether it was at school or at home, violence was not far behind, or it was a active possibility that I had to be aware of. I don't like violence, so I tried to avoid it. So I also tried to suppress my own anger. So I always had sadness and insecurities growing up, right? And I had to learn how to not give into those issues, right? I didn't have an anger issue. I had a self-deprecating issue, which you typically are more lethargic. You don't try as hard. I created this term called the lazy perfectionist, where it's like, why bother trying? I'm not going to actually do it. So why put like my full effort into it when it's not going to turn out the way I want it anyway? Those are the issues that I had. And I had to learn how to recognize those in the moment and turn those off. And again, mindfulness meditation helped me with that, because you can't fix your emotions if you can't control your thoughts. You can't fix your thoughts if you don't know what you're thinking in the moment and you don't really think about it afterwards, right? So there's kind of a process there, because your thoughts lead to your thoughts lead to your emotions, excuse me. Your thoughts lead to your emotions, and your emotions lead to your actions, right? So in order to control your actions, you have to control your emotions. In order to control your emotions, you have to control your thoughts. And that is a lot more possible to do than controlling your emotions, because your emotions are just a reflection of what's happening to your body. And what's happening to your body emotionally is based off of how you're perceiving that stimulation, that information, that response, right? You are processing it in a way, right? If two people are playing a match and they both lose, one person gets mad and spikes their controller because this character's overpowered and this tactic, he's cheap, he's jumping all the time, blah, 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 blah. The other guy's thinking, what did he do right there? Like, let me go ask that guy a question. Did I do this too much? Right? Same situation, totally different emotional response, because the thought process was different. So for some reason, that line is usually harder to find for a lot of people who get tilted. They don't have that chain of communication from what they're thinking, being aware of what they're thinking, being aware of their emotions, and being aware of how those emotions affect what they do. So yeah, it kind of sounds like I've been very, very open about this over the years. From 8 years old to my mid 20s, I had I had depression, and I'm trying to think about how to censor this. I want to use smash terms of SD. So I'll say self-deletion right now, but if you hear me say SD, just know that means the same thing, which is funny because that means self-destruct in Smash Bros, but it's basically the same concept. So there wasn't a day from my 8-year-old to around 25 that I didn't at least have one time where I thought about that. Right. So I definitely had depression. And that is something that led me to working on myself over the years. Absolutely. So yeah, composure is really, really important. And those are some of the ways that I recommend. Those are not short journeys. Those are, in my opinion, those are lifestyles that you adhere to, and they never become not useful. Okay. And now more than ever, I think it is important for us to be able to control our emotions. Now, I think that there are a lot of justifiable reasons to get mad or frustrated, right? And that is fine. And I've learned this somewhat from being a parent and being a coach, that sometimes showing your anger or expressing anger, even if you don't actually have it, is a very powerful tool. I think it is one that needs to be done consciously, but when done strategically, it can have a very great impact. And I think only my players really saw a lot of this because it was a different dynamic. And so there were some players where I had to be very blunt and very like straightforward and almost angry with their ethic or how they're playing that day or whatever, right? And the same thing with my son, where it conveys the seriousness of the situation. That's kind of a whole nother topic to discuss, so I don't want to get too deep into that. But I think that overall, that conversation, that topic is like a very interesting one. Even small things such as those who suffer from depression saying I have depression instead of I am has a profound, yes, the phrasing of things is really important. Absolutely. And I know a lot of people don't see the value of that, but for me, that was very useful. One thing that's relevant to this topic that I have tried very hard to not do is I don't say that people made me angry. It's been harder when I have a kid to monitor that, I've noticed, but in general, I don't give permission to anybody else to control my emotions. I am solely responsible for my own emotions, and I'm not going to acknowledge that anybody else controls them. There are valid reasons for me to have an emotional response to things people say or do, but that is my body, that is my mind, right? So I'm not saying that anybody else needs to have this philosophy. I think it is a beneficial one, but it is not for me to say how people should live their lives in that aspect. But I personally have found it very useful for being able to do exactly what we just talked about, being able to control my emotions, because I give agency to other people when I say things like they made me mad or they made me sad, right? I can say what they said, like made me mad, or even that it's like, I was sad because of how I perceive what they were saying. Like, I don't articulate these things to everybody because it's just too much, but in my head, I'm self-correcting for the sake of humility and discipline, that acknowledging that they don't control my emotions, right? It is a very tedious thing, I'm sure, for a lot of people, but for me, it's like, there's nothing more important than maintaining humility to a degree. And you have to do things like what you just said. That is different. It is useful, but not because of what I just explained. More so for self-health reasons, for personal health reasons. I think that is a very profound psychological impact. I 100% agree with that statement. And it's the same thing with a lot of aspects of yourself, right? Just that simple phrasing. I don't use the word I need very often, outside of maybe like work reasons, right? And that's usually, it's very context based, but I never say I need a video game. Like a lot of non-essentials, I don't say I need, like I just take it out of my vocabulary, because I have friends that are my age, 30, 38 plus, 35 plus, that say I need this game. And that might seem incredibly benign to focus on, but I promise you, over the course of time, saying those things like I need this, like I need this purse, I need these shoes, I need like this app, I need this phone, that gets into your head, and you find ways to justify your actions because you use words like need. That is my, well, it's not just my take. There's other people that have expressed this as well. But I've learned that on my own. And I've also read it in books and things of that nature. And I found it a very useful and very humbling tool to not say I need unless it's absolutely something that I do need. Sometimes when I make a decision, I just ask myself, do I need this or want this? Yes. Yeah. Yes. Exactly that. Yes. Me too. Absolutely. Yes. I feel like I can never do that enough. I feel like, I don't know if you've been diagnosed, but I assume you have the ADHD. You have ADHD too. And so the number of times that you and I might have to do that is probably going to be exponentially higher than somebody who's neurotypical, right? So that can get hard to keep track of, especially when life starts lifing. The ADHD. I don't know what I was trying to say. I wasn't trying to say the ADHD, but I just came off like a 50-year-old talking about Call of Duty. I'd like to get the Call of Duty for my son, my grandson. Oh man. Oh man, when I used to live in the South, they would say something like, you know, I need the Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storm. Oh man. What attachments you got? I got the anti-hypocrisy attachment on mine. You know, it triggers so often on its own. Like it's a self-triggering thing where it just, you know, you notice that hypocrisy. It's like an aimbot for hypocrisy. It's crazy. That's the attachment that I usually have. Sometimes I do give myself permission to, yeah. And you know, I think that by differentiating want and need, you also allow yourself more consciously to reward yourself, to treat yourself, right? What is it? Aziz Ansari says, treat yourself. You know, you know that meme. That is, I think that gives more impact when you allow yourself to treat yourself consciously rather than like feeling guilty about doing that thing. It's like, no, I'm going to fully enjoy this for what it is. You've got the too honest subtype. I'm curious. Because I think that I would say I'm there with you, but I also have the social upgrade. Like I have the social expansion that allows me. I've been able to level up my social skills to be able to regulate how honest I am. Right. So because I leveled up from, you know, all these side quests of these jobs and sales and things of that nature, my I wouldn't call it my charisma, but I would say like my fast talk or something along those lines, my ability to talk about things and regulate my honesty. In my head, I'm thinking these things, but socially, you know, I've been able to have that skill tree expand a little bit to where I can regulate, right? Also, I find this very fun to, so one, I don't know if it's dry humor, but I love humor. It's not sarcasm either. I like saying things with full seriousness that sound outlandish to people outside of the context. That is like, I used to do it at work, not so much at Western, but like at some of my older jobs, it was like I wouldn't laugh until nobody else was around me. But I would just get this weird enjoyment out of just saying something randomly that made like no sense with a straight ass face and then just never clarify ever. And it like just thinking about that, just it gives me so much joy. I don't know why I'm like that. I haven't been able to do that too often, but talking about this is both cool and humorous to me, just to kind of break the fourth wall for a second there. You do the same thing? Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with us, but it is. Oh my God, it is great. So one of the tips that I would have for leveling up your social skills, well, if possible, work at like customer service, sales, some sort of hosting, anywhere where you're able to talk to people. In a lot of times it's going to be for the honesty suppression, that it doesn't matter about sales. I would say honestly, it might be detrimental. No, it's still useful. I think it's diverse how you can do that. I don't think it needs to be a job, but somewhere where you're talking to people very often, and preferably an area where not everyone has the same ideology as you. And I suspect that you actually know how to do this better than you realize. But it's just harder as you become more as you come more into yourself, and know more where you stand. I think maybe that might be combating, but that's just my initial thought. But assuming that you are too honest all the time, practicing talking to people without, with some sort of goal in mind of like, winning people over. For me, it's like, for sales, it's easy. You sell the thing. But I hesitate to say sales because of ethical reasons. Like if you sell something, like if you work at a phone company, like if you work at AT&T selling phones, I personally would struggle with not being honest. And I don't think that's a bad thing. I have always had a great customer base because I prioritize honesty over making the sale. Now, I'm not saying that's the best way to live your life, but that's how I live mine. And so a lot of times, how I made my sales went against the traditional sales tactics. But I think in the long run, honesty for sales, this is a huge tangent, I'm sorry. I think honesty is better because people will gain your trust. At GameStop, I don't say this with happiness. I say this with annoyance that in Huntsville, Alabama, when I worked at GameStop, I literally could go nowhere without people recognizing me because I was a go-to guy for buying games, right? Loyalty, yes. Trust, yes. Those are things. So I say the advice that I'm giving with some of this context in mind that like, I'm kind of not hypocrite. What is the word? What is that? What is the word like hypocrite where you're going against, you're contradicting? Jesus Christ. I'm kind of contradicting myself. And again, this is like a trait of mine where I have to acknowledge hypocrisy, even when it's me. God damn it. I just wanted to give that preface that like there's a lot of context to this. But to my point though, because your life evolves. So getting honest in certain areas gets harder. And let me read what you said. Like I will be talking about something and just go, yeah. So you're saying being too honest leads to being in more debates. So I kind of don't want to give more thoughts until I get more clarification as to what you mean. I'm speaking more generally, but I don't have enough context to know about your exact situation. I'm going to start booting up in a second Little Nightmares. And I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I want to say about this video so I can kind of just like have an editing closure here. So I'm going to think about that while you guys are kind of typing out some stuff and I'm booting up this game. Because I didn't do an outro and I don't want to record one later. It's going to be short. It doesn't need to be anything too crazy. But I got to boot up Steam here. And I set that all up before we went live. So my game should already be attached to OBS. Resident Evil 4. Oh, it was on sale. Oh man, the Resident Evils. I want to play more of them. Okay. Let me clear my mind here and think for a second. No, yeah, I think I've said everything I want to say on that video. Actually, I think that'll be fine for editing. If I need to, I can just put something at the end. But I've enjoyed not really having like a scripted outro all the time. Sometimes I have specific things that I want to talk about, but at the outro, I mean. But I actually had a couple of topics I wanted to talk about too before I start the stream, so I got to pull those up real fast. I'm just going to talk about two of them because I've already talked about one of them. Anyway, the Decomposure was one of them. Yeah, I love Resident Evil a lot, and I've been wanting to play them and stream them, but it's like there's several factors hindering me from wanting to do that yet. One of them being other lists of games, another one being which game do I decide to start with, because I've played all of them except for 8 in some capacity, but I've not played 4 Remake and I've not played 2 Remake, but I've beaten 3 Remake, and I've played 1 Remake but not beaten that one. So it's like it'll pain me a little bit if I just start with 8. Because I haven't streamed any of the other ones. It's stupid stuff. It's stupid stuff. Anyways, let me see what you said here. I suppose I mean honesty in a way of lacking diplomacy. I am respectful, but I don't see the point in concealing my opinions on things that matter to me. Ah, thank you. Okay. Yes. So then I have been... that reminds me of somebody else that I've observed. And I think that this was a topic that I was going to figure out how to talk about. Why is my stream being weird? It's not freezing on the Twitch end. It's on my end, like my preview. Well, anyways, so you can share how much you want to contribute to like the discussion. But I think a really good example that jumps to mind for me, and I think that there's a huge range of opinions on this topic and where the line is drawn. And that topic is AI. And if you recall, there was a discussion that we were having, not just you and I, but we were having a discussion where a couple of people my age or older were talking about AI too. And, you know, I had observed, multiple people saying very just bluntly that AI is like unethical and bad, right? And my goal with what I'm saying is less to talk about where that line is or whether or not it is or isn't ethical. But I think it's a good example because a lot of people have a different line on where they draw ethics. Some don't really have any line, not because they're unethical, but because of ignorance or selfishness. So I don't want to get too deep into specifically talking about AI. It's more of just how the approach is. And so I'll use you know, my assistant as the example. Sorry, 8 o'clock for what? 8, 9. What do you mean? I have not read that. And I'll finish my thought real quick. But yeah, so my assistant sort of just blurted out that, you know, AI is unethical or something along those lines. And I don't think there's anything wrong with expressing yourself. However, what helps me regulate my honesty is figuring out what my goal is. And sometimes the goal is what I'm doing is sometimes is opposed to my goal, right? So let's just say, to keep it simple, my goal would be to say that what you support is unethical, right? If I just start with that when someone brings up the topic, right? I don't want to use AI because I don't want to get lost in the context of the specifics of AI, but I can't think of another example other than like Trump, and I don't want to talk about Trump anymore right now. But let's just say that, you know, I'm like, oh yeah, I've been using ChatGPT and, you know, I've been making some thumbnails, like not me, but like, I don't need ChatGPT or AI for thumbnails and things of that nature. I have used it for concept art to help me figure out like what kind of art I want to make because I have a hard time making decisions on things like that. But then I typically would just make my own version of it. I've always had an issue with paying artists because I technically I'm an artist as well. So like, I feel like unless I have a reason, like a really strong validation for paying artists, that's a whole nother topic. So, but my point though, without going on this tangent, is that if my goal were to convince somebody that AI is not ethical, you're actually shooting yourself in the foot by saying that AI is not ethical. And that might not make sense. If it doesn't, let me know. But if the reason from my perspective that is opposed to the goal of to helping somebody understand that things are unethical is that people don't work that way. People you don't know especially don't work that way. If you were to walk up to me and I'm like, yeah, I love driving my SUV, it gets me to work, it drives in the snow. If you were to like in the middle of me talking about how I love my SUV, you were to say driving an SUV is unethical and then proceed, like even if you don't do this, but if you proceed to explain why it's unethical, you've lost me. Me being me, no, you didn't lose me. But realistically, like a more realistic person that's not me, you would have lost them, right? So I can get into the specifics of why that is, but yeah, what Rosebud said is it doesn't really amount to anything. Let me see here. Disillusionment. Largely, my problem is that people use a tool design. So yeah, see, and so what you're doing down there is what I'm trying to avoid in this specific discussion. I don't mind talking about it, but that clarification is not needed for the objective that I'm trying to convey. But I don't mind talking about that as well. It's just I need to differentiate those two. I think, again, because of my attention span, I work really hard and have learned to recognize what is a distraction from the conversation and what isn't, because so I'm currently validating the point that you're making, but I'm also trying to clarify that that point is not relevant to what we're currently discussing, if that makes sense, and hopefully not like in a rude way. But I can circle back to that, no problem. But I think I already know where, like, I personally know why, because we've talked about some of these things, and I've also talked about it with several other people. So like I personally am playing dumb for the sake of this conversation. Oh wait, oh I'm sorry. No, Rosebow, you weren't here for this conversation. No. I'm thinking of Avid Reader. No, sorry. If that was Avid Reader saying that, then I would say that. But I retract what I said because I am just like colorblind or something and thought you were Avid Reader. Sorry. No, I take back what I said. Ignore everything I just said. It won't mean, yeah, so I flipped you guys for some reason. You can't simply claim something is unethical and let that statement just hang. Yeah. Exactly. Driving in general is unethical. Okay, sorry, I'm not laughing at what you said. It's just like the timing of it. So I agree with your opinion, but you and maybe you already do, but it's so my old gamer tag on Guilty Gear, I think it might still be, I can't remember, but my gamer tag was I know the risk. And I made that because I played a character that was very risky. There's also a play on words because the word risk is used as a resource in the game. But I got tired of people warning me about something that I knew. I was taking a risk and I was gambling consciously. Gotcha. Yeah. And so I'm saying all this to explain that you can't get disappointed with your outcome. And I'm assuming, I don't know, I'm not trying to assume, I'm just saying this statement, and you can clarify where needed, but you can't get upset with your outcome if you're doing the thing that's going to lead to that outcome. So if you say that AI is unethical and that has an adverse reaction and people double down and talking about why AI is great, you can't get upset with that outcome because you're the person that's contributing to that outcome. It's a two-way road or multiple-way road. But at this point, you would be aware enough to know that there is a high chance that people are going to have an adverse reaction to what you're saying. What's up, Truth? So while I totally agree with what you're saying, and I'm at an age now where I will say whatever the hell I want, but I will weigh the outcomes first, more often than not, right? Or if I'm uploading a video and I'm editing my video, same thing applies, but now I get to review that before I put it out there again. You know, it's on Twitch and all that stuff, so that's already out there, but I don't need to convey it more. I've not really had that happen yet, but it's something that I would do if I feel like I didn't do a good enough job of explaining it. More than likely what I would do is either if I didn't explain it well enough, or if I feel like similar to not explaining it enough, things can be taken out of context, not because people are assholes, but because I did a poor job of giving it enough context. Those are the reasons why I'll explain it, or it's just a distraction, or like it was an incomplete idea, right? Those are the reasons why I'll edit out my videos. But I'm aware all the time, and I think part of this is just being black, what I say can and will be used against me. Not just in the court of law, but in the court of public opinion. So on social media, on live streams, in person, like I'm always conscious of that. So I think I made my point clear enough, but just to close it, yeah, if your goal is just to express how you feel about something and let people know where you stand, mission accomplished. But further than that, it's like, where are we trying to go with this conversation? Not us, just in general. Purple and pink is hard to see between. Yeah. Especially at a glance when I'm like just reading the words. I read really slow and I get lost in the words sometimes. I have the actual chat like usually a little bit further over here. So I'm used to, I put it back, but I'm used to looking over here, but I have a preview of my stream over here. So I'm looking at that chat, which is my second monitor. I wouldn't be surprised if people defend AI. I just oppose it. I can't tell if you're trolling me or if you've missed my overall point. Because I get that aspect. Yeah, so most of what you're explaining is already understood to me because we've talked about it at length, and also I know enough about it. And I'm more, and this was what I was saying at the beginning of the conversation, where it's like, I don't want to get lost in the context of the conversation about AI specifically, and more in general about the outcome of saying something that you feel strongly about, right? Because you said somewhere that, yeah, I'm of the opinion the conversation should go wherever it goes, right? In general, I agree with that statement. And so I wanted to use a different example so that we avoided this specific scenario, unless you're just like putting this out there so that I can circle back to it later. But I was more so conveying the concept of the outcome of the conversation, right? So if you just want to express yourself, mission accomplished. But if you're like, if I say that something is unethical, more than likely, my objective is always going to be one of two things. It is either going to be that I am acknowledging this and for the reason of clarifying that I'm not going to participate in this thing, right? Like, let's say that I'm saying that, yeah, we are working on something and we want to use AI. I would convey that I don't want to use AI and I don't want to be a part of that project. So the objective would be to either clarify that I'm no longer going to be part of the group, or we need to find another way to do this. That's like example A, where I'm included in a situation where this thing needs to be involved potentially, or people are considering it being involved, and I'm not going to be a part of that, right? In that example, some of the risks would be me getting removed from that program or leaving that team, right? This is a hypothetical that doesn't exist. Some of the risks are losing relationships because of that friction, right? And or also, you know, them leaving, somebody leaving the team, or the team disbanding, something along those lines. Those are the common risks, right? The other reason I would say something like this would be with the goal of helping somebody else understand that something is ethical, but more so why it's unethical. Like those are my two motivations that are pretty consistent with why I talk about ethics, like in general, I would say, like even on the stream, right? Even in my content, it's because I'm trying to help people understand not just that things are unethical, but why they're unethical. And so I didn't want to use the AI example because I was afraid that you would start breaking down your reasons for why AI is unethical, rather than approaching the general concept of why do we say what we say, and are we aware of what risks and outcomes will come out, right? And then the last part that I'll say is that the outcomes, you're fine. I couldn't tell if I did a good enough job, because I've had so many conversations on these topics that not even like, because this isn't an argument or debate, but when we talk about topics that we're very opinionated about, it's very easy for us to want to like squirrel onto the specific topic that we're passionate about or that we catch. So sometimes we're looking at like one specific thing. And so I tried to the best of my ability to clarify that. And, but I also left room. What's up? I have so many names for you. I'll just call you Turbo because my brain's turning off. Alan. But yes. But also I knew that part about what you were saying, so I don't really have too much to respond to, because I think I agree with most of that. Yes, circular arguments are easy to fall into. And so, I mean, this is almost a good example to circle back to the video where this isn't you, but it's similar to where it's almost like a pivot, right? You're not pivoting. People don't always intentionally pivot. They focus on what they know and what they're passionate about. So sometimes, you know, for us, most of us are going to be not conservative here. We're going to be pretty much like anti-Trump, right? I think we can all say that. So for us, a lot of Trump supporters are going to say something, or we're going to say something, and the Trump supporters are going to be like, what about Biden sniffing hair, blah, 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 blah. And then you might be inclined to be like, well, that's a bad example, because like, I'm not defending that. I don't want to defend that. But I'm just using that as an example for the sake of the whole conversation, right? Or you know, I want to talk about somebody better than Biden, but you get my point. Basically, people aren't always intentionally pivoting to get away from talking about something they don't want to talk about. Sometimes that's a reason, but I don't think people, like the average person, not politicians, not debaters, I'm not talking about the personalities. I'm talking about like someone you know personally, or someone you might interact with on social media or on Discord, right? A Discord voice chat. Those people aren't always pivoting. They're doing what you did, where they heard a part of the conversation, part of the conversation and were like, blah, 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 right? They just started sharing their thoughts. Not malicious by any means, not invalid by any means, but it goes against the point that's trying to be made. So sometimes people unintentionally miss the point of what someone's saying. And then what ends up happening is like the person saying something, when you respond, it's like you didn't like, I'm thinking, one, you didn't hear what I said, or two, I miss, like, if I'm humble enough, I didn't explain well enough, and or three, you're not being good faith and you're just switching topics to avoid actually acknowledging my point, or you're just an asshole, right? Like those are some of the common things that people think about. But I say that it's not intentional to help you, not just you, in general, you recognize how to keep your composure. Is like, you know, it goes back to the thinking, right? Not everyone is intentionally malicious. Some people are just stupid, or they're not even stupid, just excited. What you did wasn't stupid at all. It wasn't mean. It wasn't nothing. It was just you sharing your thoughts on AI because you're passionate about it, rightfully so, because it is a very, it is a topic that needs to be discussed more. But yeah, so I feel like I did a good enough job explaining that. I'm trying to think if I left any gaps in my explanation on, oh yeah, just to reiterate, being aware of the outcome and if or not you have a goal, right? Because if you just want to say who you are and what you're about, and that's the only goal you have, that's fine, as long as you embrace the fallout that might ensue, and that you might push someone further towards the thing that you're against, right? That's a very real possibility that people are going to double down. And again, that doesn't invalidate wanting to express yourself when and wherever you want. You have that freedom and right. It's just a matter of being very aware of the risks, right? Does that distinction make sense? How are you doing, by the way, Alan? Being reactionary gets a lot of clicks. Yeah. And taking time to think out, well, yes. Yeah, it does. And that's probably why I've gotten like several hundred views on my YouTube videos so quickly, because there's an angry black guy on the camera talking about shit. And again, like I still feel a small sense of embarrassment whenever I get angry publicly. But just like how I was talking about treating yourself, not in a delusional way, but in a way that's backed up by rationale and in history and examples that I can give, my feelings and my anger, my frustrations are valid for very good reasons, very American reasons, if you ask me. So, you know, I have my own personal struggle with my own emotions, but for me, showing anger is harder to do than to not. That, and people tend to place their self-worth into their affiliations and political beliefs. Damn. So I actually talked about one of my topics accidentally because of what just happened, and I didn't realize it. No, okay, yeah, that was the other topic that I didn't write down, so cool. That might be something I clip later on. I got two more topics, and then we gotta get to gaming. Okay, so one, this is again, these are like tactics that I hate, whether they're conscious or not. Tactics when talking about politics, tactics when talking about people that oppose your opinion, right? And it can get very heated. Also, no worries on that. Totally fine. My Twitch chat's behind. What the heck? Oh my goodness. Okay, no, I'm crazy. All right. So anyways, so number one, I'm sure some of you have seen this before, but making a bold, confident statement only to claim ignorance when pressed. This is something I've experienced a lot on particularly to Facebook, but also in some of my Discord conversations with people, like random people that I've like friends of friends, right? I'm in a Discord call, we're gaming, and there's other people I don't know that well that are also in there. And then someone says something fucking stupid. And then I'm like, wait, what? And then I get pulled into the conversation, but now I'm in the conversation, right? And something that people will do is I'm trying to think of a good example that I had on Facebook. They're really old video or old posts now. And I even had some in-laws that did this shit where they'll say something very strongly opinionated, right? Or they'll defend something that I'm opinionated about. And they'll be like, I'm trying to think of a realistic example that that isn't super biased one way or the other, but I can't think of a recent one. Okay, well, I got to talk about the pandemic, right? During the pandemic, especially, like, okay, wearing masks, right? That's a good example. Wearing masks do nothing for you. That's the quote that they would say, right? Or something along those lines. And first off, without doing any research, I'm going to be very blunt. Saying that masks don't work against sicknesses or viruses is fucking stupid. Saying that masks don't protect you, fucking stupid. Like, I'm not going to sugarcoat that, because why the fuck would doctors be wearing masks during operations if they didn't help avoid them from getting sick or infected? Why are the people who are experts in medicine wearing fucking masks every time they do operations and surgery and even like more benign things like drawing blood and shit, and wearing them for hours on end? Because like people who make this claim would also say that masks are suffocating people. Like, these are arguments that I saw on social media. Now, I'm pissed off about this topic because it's fucking stupid, but that's missing the point. The point is that I would press them. I did a podcast on this because I had some in-laws that were talking this shit, and they whatever. And I went and found peer-reviewed articles on the efficacy of, well, one, I looked up the COVID virus and how it worked. I looked up studies on the efficacy of masks and understood how those worked, right? And I even memorized, I forgot it now because I'm bad with numbers and shit, but I looked up the size of the threads of mask, like the M9 mask, I believe they're called, and then also the size of the COVID molecule, or the virus, right? I looked up how big they were in relation to each other, and then also how a mask works, because there's multiple factors that had to be involved. And so I did all this goddamn work, and I even read the articles that they were sending me to counter the fact that masks don't work, only to realize the articles they're sending me, if they read the whole fucking article, they would have found out that that was a clickbait, and that the actual article goes against what the headline says, and they were baiting people, but people send these articles without reading the whole entire fucking article. So I go through all this trouble to explain all the shit that I just said, and then they're like, oh, well, I don't know that much about the topic, but I still feel the way that I feel. What the fuck do you mean by that? How did you just say a statement like that so confidently just to pull out at the last minute? What are you talking about, bro? I'm sorry. Like, I'm kind of doing two things at once here. I'm talking about the actual topic of people saying bold statements confidently that are also dangerous to say, while also bitching about the specific example that I'm giving you. I'm doing both. I'm killing two birds with one stone, goddammit, because it is that argument specifically is stupid, but also the concept of making a bold statement that can be dangerous, telling people to do a thing, to do the opposite of the thing that is safe, is dangerous. You're spreading information. There are repercussions to saying shit like that. So these are the specific examples that I'm talking about. You know, immigration's another topic where people talk about immigration. People talk about Israel and Palestine, and they like generalize shit or they misrepresent things. And it's like, bro, what you're saying is dangerous. You understand that, right? And it's like, no, like they're still defending themselves at this point. And then you hit every point, you defend and break down their argument, and then only to realize that they don't have any valid reasons for believing what they're believing in, and that the fact that what they're believing in is like fucking stupid, right? They just eject from the conversation in a very like unsatisfactory way, where they just in general, not just with the mask topic, I've had this happen where like I'll make these points. You can go to my Facebook and probably find some old posts, and it's like, bro, how can you be this way? How exactly can you do that? Let me see here. Let me read your chat. You guys said a lot in the meantime. Oh, damn, I missed a lot. Having opinions is important. Being able to express them well, and also having, depending on what it is, having facts to back up what you're saying is important too. I'm not going against what you're saying. I'm just adding that to it. Important. All the COVID discourse still really strange to me because I was in high school when it happened. So a lot of it went over my head. Yeah. And so like, so again, I'm getting distracted a little bit, but I still think it's an important topic itself. But like, so maybe Rosebow can probably actually agree to this too. He's a little bit younger, so I don't know when he got into the FGC, but like in the FGC, like I went to a lot of tournaments, like public tournaments, Chicago, Detroit, smaller ones locally. When you are sick and you go to a place with a bunch of people, it was common for you to wear a mask and nobody ever questioned it. Even commentators were wearing masks way before the pandemic. 2015, I'm talking, right? And probably prior, but that's when I went to my first major, was like 2015. Part of that is because the FGC, the fighting game community, has a heavily Asian influence. And in Japan specifically, very Japanese influence to be specific. In Japan, it is incredibly common to wear masks when you're sick. So I don't know how this became an issue at all, right? And so again, that's a deviation from the main topic, which is like people just saying bold things, because like it is a great example because it isn't just you talking. What you say, if you're expressing things to somebody other than yourself, there are repercussions. And the fact that people can so effortlessly pivot away from the conversation by saying, I don't know anything about that. I need to do some research. Well, then maybe you should do the fucking research before you say the shit. Just a thought. Just a thought. Kind of crazy, I know, but that's how I feel about it. I think my values and principles matter more than specific political opinions because that's what my... let me see here. I think my values and principles matter more than specific political opinions because that is what my political opinions are based on. I'm not sure I fully understand what that means. It seems like a water is wet kind of thing. So I think I'm missing what you're saying there. If you can re-articulate that. So I think I just agree with what you're saying, but I'm not sure if I get it. I would much rather know the truth than be angry and wrong. Yeah. Yeah. Like this thing is like humility. This right here, this was the conversation with my mom. This is when I learned very early on. My mom wanted to be right. My mom wanted to win the argument. She didn't want to be right. She wanted to be perceived as correct and the authority figure. She did not care about truth. That's exactly what led me, like, I learned that really, really early on in my life. So I think I always paid attention to that. And because I'm like, my hyperfixation is psychology and people and how they work, right? I was so socially awkward as a kid. I tried to like figure out like how people worked. And, you know, I watched a lot of sitcoms. I read a lot of books on people, all that kind of stuff. Let me see here. And I'm a big advocate of humility in general, because what you're saying, Rosebow, that requires the practice of being humble. And a lot of people, despite the fact that a lot of them are fucking Christians, whatever, no judgment, no, not to point towards anybody in here. That's not pointing towards anybody here. It's just like, I'm talking about just in general online, in like people that I know. Humility is incredibly important for recognizing that you might be wrong, because you have to always have this, you have to be willing to acknowledge that you're wrong. And in order to be willing to acknowledge that you're wrong, there needs, for me at least, like this is how my brain works. There's I don't know what to call it. It's like a constant thought among many when I'm expressing myself that there's a possibility that I'm wrong. It's like a constant, like, part of my philosophy, right? I have to monitor that because it can turn into imposter syndrome, right? I'm very susceptible to imposter syndrome, which is like the bad side of it. The opposite side is being very fucking arrogant or like being what we just said, saying bold shit without any reason to back that up, and then just confidently not caring about the repercussions of what has happened because of what you said or what might happen because of what you said, right? Racism is why it became an issue. Wait, hold on. It's so important to be willing to educate yourself. Masking up is just considered polite. Yeah, masking up is considered, yes. So go back to that one, yes. Don't spread illness. It's not that crazy. That is like elementary grade shit for all the people in here, I think. It's not any sort of conspiracy theory or anything like that. It's just that people became so irresponsible that it became a threat to be around somebody in public places, right? I'm trying to not be hyperbolic about it. And I don't want to talk about weaponry, but at the time and the level of information that we had about the virus, it was considered dangerous to be exposed to it. At this point, people had died from COVID. At this point, I personally already had COVID. And I got sick with what I believe was COVID before the pandemic, like a month before the pandemic. I worked in a place with students that like were overseas, and like Malaysia and such. And so it was very possible that they were like, not from where they came from, but because they went to an airport, a lot of students were traveling in. It's very possible I got sick because of that reason, because it was right after spring break ended in 2020. And the doctor said I had a virus that should go away in 3 days. That shit lasted for like 2 weeks. I binged watched Carol and Tuesday during that time. And I had a fever of like 104 degrees. Like my wife had to drive me because I felt like I was going to pass out, and I thought I was being a sissy about it. And the doctor was like, yeah, you have 104. So like, I don't get the whole COVID thing. I really don't. And I have other stories personally about how people got me. I had to take time off of work because I got exposed to COVID. So that shit really sets me off. I missed the part about the racism is why it became an issue. I mean, it is a bold statement, I suppose. I think, yeah. I was just saying that I am more willing to integrate new information into my worldview, which may change. Yeah. Okay, no, I misunderstood what you were saying. I didn't get what you were saying. But yeah, I totally get that. I agree. I want to say my wife and I were talking about that right before the stream. I can't remember who she was talking to off the top of my head, but she was having a conversation, and I had brought up the fact that like my wife and I aren't any political party, right? We're both in this area where we update our information and our ideal solutions and what we would vote for as we get more information. Some of this information is like cold hard facts. Like my wife works in pharmaceutical research. She and people that work with her know a lot of the stuff about like COVID and vaccines far before I or any of you will. I might know a little bit sooner, but I try not to ask too much if there's any NDAs and things. But like, one of the reasons why I hate political parties is because the perception that people are jailing you into an ideology rather than meeting people where they are and understanding that people should be upgrading their political views as they learn and grow. I hate the fact that two major parties reflect our country and represent our country, because a realistic human being grows and changes. Let me change my vertical view real fast because I haven't talked about shit in a while, the video in a while. There we go. Yeah. Sorry, YouTube Shorts viewers, if you are in here. I had that up for a while. But yeah, that part really gets me bad. Like it really frustrates me when there are people who think it's weird to upgrade your opinion. Let me see here. Oh, let's maybe not use sissy as a derogatory term, even for yourself. Oh, me? Did I use sissy? I can do that. But why is that? Not answering. Okay, and I have my other topic too. if I said it, I censored myself. But if I said sissy, I probably censored myself by not using another word that has 2 S's in it. I kind of reserve those words specifically for a certain kind of people. Transphobic slur, really? I mean, I guess I can see that. Yeah. Okay. Out of respect, I can do that. I'll try. Just know, like, if I ever use that word, it has nothing to do with trans people whatsoever. It's more of just like a coward. Like the way that I've always perceived that word is as a coward. But I think like many other words, like the F word, for example, I mean, totally different context, but I think it, well, no. I think that's a different example because that's like very specifically targeted towards like a certain group of people. Like through my childhood, that was an insult. Like that and specifically gay were terms that were used as a term of like something being bad because it is associated with like that group of people, right? Something is those things because those type of people are bad. That's sort of like how that was always rooted. Whereas for me, sissy was different, right? Like, I don't know if explaining this is bothersome, but like the word that you had recommended, I just for clarification, I will try my best to not use it, but I also think that like, I want to like just clarify where my brain is at when I use a word like that, is that for me, most of the people that have ever used that word growing up is always just associated with a coward. However, I have seen people be called sissies that were not like a typical cisgender male, or well, not cis, but like a homosexual or something like that. But I never saw that as like that. So I just want to I wanted to share some insight in case, like, I know a lot of times people will assume that everyone thinks the same way that uses like the same kind of terminology, right? So I just wanted to say that like that word for me has a different history than I think that you guys would have growing up. Whereas like, I think I can easily see where that term would have been shifted to refer to a specific group of people. Yeah. So like, I mean, I'm not defending anything that I'm saying, but I also think like, a couple of things really. So one, I want to be an example of how to be respectful with your vocabulary to people who are like my age and older that are very apprehensive. Like, you know, oh, you're telling me not to say something on my own stream? Don't tell me what to say, right? I could just go that route, but like, I'm not. Or I could go the like hyper apologetic route, which I feel like definitely, like, I don't think I'm being apologetic, but I also think I'm being conscientious. Like, I don't think being conscientious of what other people are asking is not like bending over backwards or being overly apologetic, right? However, it does not hurt me to stop using that word. I don't have an emotional attachment to it. I am not like so self-serving or self-important that I can't just stop saying the word by a request. I think the other observation that I had, and this is like I think kind of relevant to our overall conversation, is that my knee-jerk reaction when I read it was somebody telling me what to say, because it came off more of like in my brain it was perceived more as a telling me what to do rather than a request. And then I had to process it. So my initial thought could have been, or my initial reaction could have been something that reflected the thought of somebody is telling me what to do and say and censor me. I didn't go that I wasn't that extreme in my thought processes, but it was more of just like being told what to do or what to say. Right. I think I sometimes have an adverse reaction to just like people telling me, even though you worded it in a way that sounded much more collaborative. And it seemed like you intentionally worded it that way to not sound demanding, right? Just to point that out. I can easily see a lot of people, even from how politely you worded that, double down as a result of that, right? So I'm breaking down my own psychology and pointing out people who would have like the extreme reaction that we don't want to see, so that one, you guys, because you're younger also, so I think right now, y'all's priority, and this is a generalization, so definitely let me know if you disagree, but the self-expression and the ability to express yourself is a higher priority in itself than actually the outcome that that you're expressing, if that makes sense. It goes back to saying, like, what is the outcome that you want? Do you just want to say how you feel and that is it? That's one thing. Or are you willing and able to be strategic enough to actually get the result that you want, which might mean silencing certain aspects of what you feel or want to say until the time is relevant, right? I'm in that latter half where I care more about the outcome. So I feel like if I explain where my thought process was, because I'm a very, like, this is annoying, but I'm also proud of it. I'm a very self-aware person. Like, I'm aware of how I'm feeling and thinking very quickly. It's how I, like, don't get tilted too long. I allowed myself to yell and be angry earlier because I felt like it was justified, and there was a very reasonable reason for that. And I'm scolding the people who think that shit while also feeling my feelings and acknowledging them because my feelings are valid, right? Not being an asshole for the sake of being an asshole. But yeah, so just to reiterate the main point, yes, I will try to stop using that. I would also say, because I think anybody who feels this way, and Tech, you're actually a mod. So can you, if you are able to, can you please put that in the banned words? If you know how to, that'd be very helpful. But I would say, not just for you, but just in general, if people have issues like that, one, please feel comfortable doing so. And then two, I would request that you form it in the form of put it in the form of a question instead, because I know that I will have a better reaction to it in general if it's posed as a question, because then I can either way I can ask a question, a follow-up question, but it's more of like a quirk that is harder to moderate. I still did, as you can see, but like I think it would make me feel better if you pose it as a question in general. That's for anybody. Like, if you feel like I'm saying something offensive, I always like an explanation. You don't have to do it right away. There might be times where I automatically understand that. Did I say Oriental? I read the quotation before I saw anything else. My grandparents called my Asian. So yeah, that's another word where, like, I don't personally feel like it's an offensive word because I've been around it for so long, but I'm not Asian. And I'm not going to say that I don't use that word. I don't anymore, really. I've not had a reason to, but like, I would initially not feel bad for using it if it came out, but I would want somebody to let me know if they felt offended by it so that I can not use that again, because I have no problem not using that word, like using the word Oriental if it is offensive, because I've only ever been told that that word is offensive by non-Asians. So I think you might be the first person that might say that you feel offended by that. But you're giving me some context here I need to read. I probably wasn't done out. Yeah. So like, I'm not sure what makes that offensive other than it refers to the Orient, which I would imagine that term was created by like white people to refer to Asians, but I don't know if that ever came with any sort of condescension or disdain or anything negative, right? Yeah. So that specific, like, let's maybe not. I think I've had people in the past use that with, like, when I hear that in the tone of, let's maybe not, right? Like this, I know that's not you, but like in my head, I filtered it that way, right? That's where my head went to. So like, I think in your group, it's probably more like, not sensitive, like it's probably more empathetic when you're using that. It seems like it's more in an empathetic way, right? To be conscious and sensitive to other people and how they might feel about it. For me, that term has always been used with like a sense of control. It's almost like would you kindly, if you know what that means. If not, then I can explain that later. But yeah, so I think that's why, like, I have that knee-jerk reaction to that specific term. Again, this is like totally a tangent, but like I like this kind of stuff because I think this nuance is where people get lost sometimes, and they get so caught up in being themselves and being authentic more than actually trying to meet people where they are, that they end up just pushing people away for like the smallest of reasons. And the person that reacts to what you did comes off crazy And to you and to them, you come off crazy because you're making a big deal out of a very small thing, right? Like, it's very easy as an outsider looking in, if we weren't being cordial about this, that like, I'm making a big deal about some term and you're making a big deal about some term, right? Or some word, like, get over it, right? Like, outside looking in, that could be easily portrayed that way. And like, two people who weren't as not intelligent as us, to toot our horns, might not have been as cordial about that. But I think like me explaining my apprehension that I recognize in myself, well, one, it also allowed you to give me more clarification as to how you like tone that in your group. And let me know, I don't know if you've clarified that, about the let's maybe not. But like for me, I always associate that, yeah, with like condescension or control or like a talking down of, right? Yeah, no, yeah, and I think that to some degree, yeah, I think it's 50-50 maybe. It was more, so when I used to hear it, it was more about behavioral things at work, typically, or at like, yeah, mostly at work by condescending bosses. That's the context. It's like, it usually comes from like either coworkers that have some sense of authority or bosses or somebody ranked higher than me, or not even to me specifically, but with that tone of like condescension, right? And again, I think that your tone in your group is more of like empathy and compassion, if I'm to be correct. And also like almost accountability, right? Because what you're saying too, it's like, hey, in your group, there's context behind that term that your group automatically will start thinking about, oh, like somebody might be offended by this, right? There's context enough to be able to work out the math, so to speak. Whereas like, yeah, like you said it earlier, but like, you know, our upbringing, our oh my God, our culture, the time that we grow up in, right? Like our generation, you know, millennial, Gen Z, and then I know that Dunsford is a Gen Z as well. Maybe not Gen X, Gen Z, or millennial, excuse me, millennial. We're both millennials. You guys are Gen Z. And then Gen X is what he might be close to. But yeah, those things make up how we perceive words sometimes. And that also is a big reason why it is hard for people to almost be respectful of how other people perceive words. I think there's a little bit of give and take, right? There's not really any reason for me to push back against using that word that you requested. Not a big deal, right? If I felt a strong feeling towards a certain kind of term or phrase, or I feel like, you know, maybe it was being taken out of context, right? Then like I can have that dialogue. But like people typically are like, why are you trying to control me? Why are you using this word? But people also fail to understand that other people don't perceive or have that same connection to the term or to the word as you. And that's where a lot of people get, not you, but like in general, like a lot of the people on the right that are very apprehensive to using pronouns properly, you use pronouns all the time. I'm so tired of hearing people say, I don't use pronouns. And then like you call them a she and they're actually a he and they get bothered by it. It's like, you just fucking said you don't use pronouns. Why are you being bothered by it? Or you just said you don't use pronouns. Why are you referring to somebody as he? Or why are you using they right now when you just said you don't use pronouns? You use pronouns, you goddamn idiot. You just don't want to conform to the request of somebody else asking you to acknowledge them how they want to be acknowledged. Just say it for what it is. You want to be an asshole and not respect somebody's wishes. That if you're going to be an asshole, just go full on asshole. Don't act like you're having your rights being stripped from you because they want you to use she or they because of that's what they asked you to do. Right? They're not asking you to buy into any sort of worldview or ideology. They're just asking you to call them Lisa instead of Tom, or they're asking you to call them Ben instead of John or something like that, right? It's not that hard. But for some reason, people take all those things we talked about, the history, the context, the culture, and they use that as justifications to keep being the person they want to be, which specifically would be the language that they're using and to who they're using it to. It's crazy. It's crazy. I'll hit this other point real fast and then I'm going to put this game because I'm eager to get it started. But the other thing that I want to mention too, that's really, really important when it comes to debating with people or talking to people about controversial topics, is there are people who won't answer the question they're asked. I might actually do this again with some examples. Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm getting some ideas about a video in my head because I think it would be good. And I have, how much time do we have? Yeah, I have I'll find some examples. I'm not gonna do it tonight, but I have some examples. Oh yeah. Are you talking about some of the videos we exchanged? Possibly. Cause yeah, it is very common. It is very, very common. And I mention this because I think a lot of people are aware of this and he doesn't cover that in the video, but a lot of people, and I am not going to hard assume intent, but what I can say is that you'll say something like, who's a good example? What is that kid's name? There's this young kid that does a lot of call-ins, but I see, okay, it doesn't matter who, but let's say you're watching a debate, right? And somebody is a pro-Trump person. Like I watch a lot of call-in shows that are like, Trump is bad, prove me wrong kind of thing. And people call in and try to like explain that Trump is a good person. And the commonality is concerning with how many people do this, where you'll be like, hey, would you ever support a convicted felon for sexual assault? Fuck, what is it? Hold on. I gotta look this up. Yeah, okay. I'm just making sure. So yeah, you'll say something along the lines of, would you ever support a convicted felon of sexual assault? Right? And they'll be like, no, I would never do that. And then you play the audio tape of Trump talking about going into the changing rooms of young kids and they can, or like not of young kids, but of beauty pageants somewhere in the range of like 16 to young, like to early to mid 20s, right? You have him on a podcast fully saying proudly that he goes into women's changing rooms and, enjoys the sight, right? And they're not wearing clothes. Like he stops himself from saying it fully, but he says they're not wearing clothes. And then also that is a separate example, but he is on record as a convicted felon. I'm trying to make sure I have the right terminology here. I ain't talking about this stuff without. Yeah, felony conviction. Yeah. So he is a convicted felon for sexual assault. That's not my opinion. That is a fact. Like the courts found him guilty and he settled with E. Jean Carroll. That's just reality. And then you ask him with that context, like, hey, so would you support someone that does that? And then they're like, and you say, so, and you're like, no, I would never do that. So then why do you support Donald Trump? And he's convicted, like, oh, he's convicted of this. And they won't answer the question. They'll be like, well, what about Biden? Or what about the Democrats? Right? And that, I think that's an easier one to recognize, but it's just a really common one that I've seen. And it is so important, in my opinion, to not engage with that, right? I'm going to have to practice this and put my money where my mouth is because I know this is going to happen a lot. So I'm anticipating this happening. So we'll see how I do when I start doing the call-ins. But a lot of people feel the desire to want to like point out how dumb they're being. That the video we watched earlier alludes to that. But in my opinion, it is incredibly important to not move forward at all until they can acknowledge what you said one way or the other, right? And it's hard to recognize because sometimes it's a little bit more nuanced than that. But it is so important that you don't let yourself get trapped by that because it's technically a pivot, that would be that example would be a pivot, but there's many different ways to not answer a question that I don't think would fall into the realm of a pivot. Right. A lot of times those questions will be reflected with questions. Sometimes they'll just start making statements about something that isn't relevant to what you asked, but is adjacent to what you said, while also arguing the opposite end, right? For some reason, they're trying to talk about somebody else on the opposite side that did a similar thing. There are many different ways this can manifest. And I think it's important. This might not be productive for progress, but I think it's productive for your time and for your peace of mind to force them into staying on this one specific area until you feel like they've actually engaged with the thing that you're asking them about. And if they can't do that, then having them acknowledge and admit that they're not willing to be honest, right? Because I personally think that is a discrediting factor in somebody's good faith. If you're not willing to engage in a very valid point, why am I talking to you? If I bring it up and you still can't do it, and I bring it up again and you still can't do it, why am I talking to you? I've had this happen, right? And I'm going to start booting up this game, but while I'm booting that up, I'll share a story that is so benign and so fucking stupid that I've talked about a couple times. But I think it's a great one because it shows how hard people will defend themselves for the stupidest reasons. Yeah. So again, I was on a Discord call. It's a friend of a friend, not my friend. And we had a couple of different topics, but eventually the topic fell onto tipping culture, right? And some of you might already know the story, Little Nightmares. Let me go ahead and change my title of my streams as well while I'm here. And so this guy had made a statement about, he started ranting about tipping. I might have to do a BRB to get my controller. I don't see it. Is this a mouse and keyboard game or is this a controller game? Hoo-wee! Hold on. Sorry about that. There we go. There we go. Yes. So sorry, I got distracted by the game. So I'm gonna turn this down just a smidge. Yeah. So he started complaining about how he hates how you go to like a Starbucks and they'll do that thing where they hand you the card reader and they'll say it's gonna ask you a couple questions. He was complaining about that, and me being me, I was curious, so I started asking questions. You like the stream name? And so, yeah, I started asking questions, and my goal was to figure out what the problem was, because I was so confused as to why he was ranting, because earlier he had a rant about like freedom of speech. So I can't remember the full context, but just keep in mind that in this conversation, we talked about several other topics already that were, that exposed that he had an issue with people censoring his ability to speak or do things. Like he didn't like his ability to be hindered in some form or fashion, right? So that had to have that context of, okay, so he's complaining about tipping culture. And I'm like, my main question kept being like, so what's your problem with it? And he was like, you know, he started talking about the level of work they're doing and that it shouldn't be his job because people are paid bad, that he should have to tip them. And I'm like, yeah, I agree. It shouldn't be on us to tip them, but like, what's so hard about saying no? Right? That was like my core question I kept coming back to in some form or fashion. I kept asking that question in different ways. And he was like, yeah, I shouldn't have to say no, right? Like I shouldn't have to be even asked that. They're not doing a job, like it shouldn't happen. I'm like, sure, yeah, I understand what you're saying. And I guess I agree. But like the reality is they're getting paid shit. And like, I've worked in food service for like 10 plus years for like, I don't know how many years, I can't math. I've had jobs where I worked really hard. Like I worked at Lowe's and did back-breaking work, and I would get fired if I took a tip for hauling 16-foot long 4x4s into someone's vehicle or onto someone's vehicle, right? They're very heavy. They're usually covered in chemicals because they're treated to be outside for weathering. And I could get fired just for taking like a $5 from somebody who's just happy I helped load some heavy shit into his car. So like, you know, I'm more common, I'm saying this to him, but I'm like, so why are you trying to take away my ability to be able to tip somebody when you can just say no, right? And he kept dancing around the fact that, like, he kept not answering the question. And I wasn't going anywhere. It wasn't like a call-in show. I was hanging out and playing games, and I was probably a little bit like on some greeneries. And so I'm like, I ain't got nowhere to be. So I'm like, what is the problem? Like, what is the problem, bro? And so finally, his real reason, someplace, McDonald's, I don't think you can. Yeah, so his reason, after me breaking him down and asking questions and not sharing my own opinion, was that it made him feel like a deadbeat when he said no to these people. So I'm like, hold on a second. Hold on 1 second. So you had already expressed to me that you don't like your abilities to do things being hindered. And your freedom of speech to be hindered. I get that. Like, I totally agree. But like, I need some clarity on something, because I think I'm missing something from what you're saying versus what you said earlier. It's like, why the hell are you trying to take someone else's ability away to make more money when all you have to do is say no? How can you justify that behavior? How can you justify that behavior? Like, can you at least acknowledge that you're just being a sensitive asshole because you want to avoid a little bit of discomfort? You are willing to take away people's ability to make more money because you feel uncomfortable, because you feel like a deadbeat. So when I hear people saying dumb shit that they can't back up, because he didn't have any reason for this. He didn't have a valid reason other than an emotional reason. He felt uncomfortable and wanted to take away other people's ability to do something, make money, make a living because of his discomfort. Now, he wasn't saying he was voting or anything like that, but the very act of expressing that, of manifesting that, of putting that out into the air for people to hear, like myself, who's worked in food service, you should not have such a strong opinion on something you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And you should not talk about your own freedoms and abilities to express yourself if you are actively willing to take away someone else's abilities to do stuff like make a living. And so it is a very benign example. Tipping, I don't want to downplay the importance of tipping, because I believe that if you are able to tip somebody and they do a great job, you should tip them. And you should have in mind that these people, you know, it is tough. They're not getting paid a lot, and that sucks, and that needs to get fixed. And while I think there is an argument to say that we are enabling the corporations to keep doing what they're doing, I personally would rather just give that person their money rather than letting them suffer because I'm trying to take an ethical stand against the corporation. I'm punishing the individual because the corporation they're working for are assholes. And I'm not judging anybody's course of action one way or the other. I'm just saying where I stand about it, and y'all can do what you want. But from my perspective, that example that I gave is fucking ridiculous. That someone is that angry about it, but did not think that through at all. Okay, shut up, Mary Lou. Shut up. Don't come in here advertising your shit on my channel. It's not cool. I know you're a bot. I'm talking to a bot right now. I'm talking to a bot, I know it. Also, I think you missed the part where someone called me an Indian scammer, or asked me if I was an Indian scammer. So I agree with that. And I think I need to reiterate a part two that in no way am I saying that admitting that you don't know something is wrong. So I don't want to think, like, I'm not saying that you said that, but just in case anybody else catches this, I just want to iterate that acknowledging when you don't know something is good. However, the time to do that is before you have a strong opinion and express that publicly. Sorry, my Twitch started playing. Kick is so fast. Kick is like a half a second behind my live stream, or like my actions. So yeah, it's like, it is good. And again, humility, being humble, it is important to acknowledge when you don't know something or when you are wrong. Both of those things are great. But that is not after you spend time ranting and raving about a situation. Now, it is still ideal. It is still great. But some people, not like the people that I think you and I are talking about, but the people that I'm talking about, actually, they admit ignorance to avoid accountability. They're not claiming ignorance to accept accountability. Does that make sense? I gotta fix my vertical stream real fast. Oh, and did you say this is a controller game? Yeah, I mean, kind of. Well, so that statement is a thing, but I think there might be a better term for what I'm saying, because what I'm saying deals more with accountability than with because racism is weaponized incompetence, or incompetence, not ignorance. Excuse me. I think it depends on the context, but yeah, I think that could fall into that category if they're doing something like putting shit out into the open and then saying stuff and then taking it back afterwards. But it's already out there, Now, granted, some of these people I'm talking to, they don't have any influence, but I think that even if you don't have whether you do or don't have an influence, the shit you put out into the open should be curated by yourself, should be monitored by yourself. I don't understand people who would want to just say something reckless and then never correct themselves, never acknowledge their ignorance or their incompetence, and just move on to the next hot take that they have, right? They just do it again in a different topic because they just want to stir up controversy. Yo, Kick, shut up. I hate that Kick. I don't like Kick's platform, even though it uses Twitch. It's oh, I don't know how to do the dishes, so I'm not going to help you. Yeah. Okay, I get you. Yeah, yep. Well said. Not going to do the dishes because I don't know how to. I don't know where the soap is at, man. I can't do these dishes though. Oh wait, will that work? Oh. Oh. I'm confused. Oh my God, I'm crazy. Okay. Big brains lead to big gains. Sorry, YouTube Shorts. I'm fixing it. I do like this vertical tool that is here though. I think this is really cool. Bars. Ooh, that fits perfectly. Near perfectly. Near perfectly. What is that? Perfect. I think I got it. I think I nailed it. We shall see. What in tarnation? What in the heck? I'm tripping. Oh yeah. Oh, did you? I asked you this twice. I'm sorry, but did you say this is a controller game or a PC game? What is that? Why is that there? Can you check my vertical stream for me real fast? I feel like my vertical stream is being weird, and I'm not sure why. Let me go to my YouTube and see if I can. Yeah, it has another game on the on my screen. Oh, Control Z doesn't work for the vertical. Ooh. Balls. Here, let me go back to this one real fast. Oh yeah, it's still there. Whoa. Not sure how I did that. I think I suspect how I think I might know. Strange. Okay. And then vertical sources. Gaming. There we go. Yeah, it was overlaid on my face. It was weird. There we go. I think we're Gucci now. My YouTube is so far behind. I gotta wait for it to update. Yeah, I think I know what I have to do that, but I'm gonna mess with that later on. It's easy to fix. Like I temporarily fixed it, but I need to delete the source so that it doesn't do it again. Hell yeah, brother. And then let me read the chat because I didn't remember your answer. I didn't check to see if yours was an answer. Probably both. Okay, I'm gonna try on mouse and keyboard because my controller is upstairs right now and I don't feel like grabbing it. Yeah. And then I just want to make sure I have my preview pulled. Oh, I guess I can't. All right, that's fine. I'll have my YouTube on my phone right here. I think I'm gonna get a stand and just put it like right there. My heater is heating, man. My heater is a heating. Also, I mentioned this earlier, but I changed my camera angle, by the way. Wait. No, my game isn't showing up. Dang it, Bobby. Oh. All right, so new game. Let me go to my settings real fast. How's the sound? Also, thank you for the feedback, by the way. VSync off, graphics ultra, advanced. I'll do medium for now, and then medium bloom or high bloom. Everything else should be fine. This looks like a very atmospheric game. I'm actually gonna dim my lights a little bit. You guys shouldn't be affected too much by what you see, but it just helps me get into the mood, you know? Start from the top. Take it from the top. Well, actually, let me just go to my routines and then just change this. Is it loading? Oh, I see. There we go. Take it easy, man. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate that. Have a good Christmas or holiday. Yep, you too. Oh, am I supposed to? Oh, okay. Ooh. I'm gonna go look at my controls in a second here. I just gotta change this. Why is it not changing? Change, damn you. Change. Whatevs. All right. Let me look at the controls real fast. Oh, I need to actually do an intro too. Short one. I'll keep it brief. Okay. I can't see shit. Can y'all see anything? I made the thing barely visible, but it's barely visible now. Oh. Damn. You know, unbutton my jacket. My heater is doing its job. All right, so I see that. Ah. Okay. Okay. Let me pull up my YouTube real fast. Put it up there. Okay. I like the sound. I like the sound. Hold on, let me turn this up a little bit. Sound design good. Control my camera with the arrows, not too bad. Grab with the left click. Zoomies with the shift. Huh. Interesting. So I can actually jump up from grabbing things. That's pretty cool. Can I jump and grab this? Ooh, look at that. Look at that reflection. Okay, so they just throw you right into it. So yeah, this is Little Nightmares. We're starting our playthrough with this game. Welcome if you're watching on YouTube and all that kind of good stuff. We're diving right on into it. They didn't give us any tutorial or anything like that. We're just going to take it for what it is, and we'll see where things go. No. I see I gotta go back that way, but I'm gonna look around first before I go that way. Oh, wait. Okay, so I'll go this way first because it looks like that might be the way to go. No? Come on, you can do this. Oh, very adorable, by the way, very adorable. 100%. Aw. Alright, so no flashlight. Bonk! Thank goodness I can't bonk my head like that. What'd I do? What did I do? Hold on. Oh, I can slide. Let me see if there's a toggle. No, I might have to remap my crouch button. I feel like holding shift and pressing control is kind of tough. I like having a locked sprint. Oh. Nothing up here. Interesting. They're just kind of throwing me into this. Ooh, what was that? Too much to move. I probably can't move this, but I'm gonna check it out anyway. Oh, I can't grab it. Okay. That's closed. I probably gotta go up here. I want to see how I'm trying to learn the mechanics of this of the game just to see like what the limitations are. I think this might be too high. Yeah, I think this is too high right here. Yeah, okay. Cool. Ooh, squishy bed. Tiny, tiny bed. Shoes. Oh no. Shoes. Attached to legs. Attached to feet. They're attached to legs. Oh no. Unfortunate. Can I move this chair? I can. No swinging mechanics that I can see. Nobody hiding behind there. Good. Good show, good show. Jolly good. Ugh. Oh no. Oh man, somebody got drugged. Somebody's getting dragged out of here. Okay, so there's ladder climbing mechanics, but I have to hold the grab button to do so. So the same button I use to pick up, it's the same button I use. Oh. Okay, teaching me all that. Okay, old school Mega Man type philosophy. Just you learn the game by doing good game design, good map design. Game feels very smooth too. The movement feels very smooth. I think it would feel just as smooth on a controller. Hearing some weird noises. So this is the part of the scary game where they let you learn all the mechanics. Oh, but they haven't given you anything. Oh, dangerous. I might stand corrected. I don't like that. I'm not gonna find out. Let's grab this. No fall damage from that height, at least. Oh hell yeah! What is it? Get out my face! Aha! Mess with me. Damn. Whew. Damn. Strong, so strong. Can I pick this up though? That is a real question. Damn. It'd be useful to have a 2x4. Granted, this probably isn't actually a 2x4. Am I dead? Nope. Just covered in sludge. I don't like this. I don't like this. Get me out of here. I don't want to find out. What is that? Whoop. There's a trip mechanic. Interesting. It is very if you're an old school beat 'em up player, you might be in trouble. If you triple tap a direction, your character seems to trip, so I think that's like an anti-panic tool. So if you're pressing any 3 directions, I don't know how it's communicated on controller though, but on keyboard it's very like on-off situation here. You are but a small, clumsy child. No, you're a small, clumsy child. So, throwing things has proven to be useful. So I like having a throwable with me. At the risk of not seeing where the hell I'm going. God dang. Alright, so I'm not going that way. Wait, no, I'm not going that way. Nothing that way. Is that a loose? I don't trust it. Whoa, 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 whoa. I'm afraid that the floorboards are gonna fall from under me and I'm not gonna be able to survive this time if I'm not careful. Ooh, light. Whoa, 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 whoa. So more than likely I gotta run and jump. Run, jump, man. Shoot! Did I die? I died. I got knocked unconscious. Small and clumsy indeed. Oh my goodness. I thought I'd done good. Oh wait, hold on. Let me get on this side so I don't have to go around it. Yeah, that's the ticket. Chutzpah! All right. Hey, man. You're welcome. I don't want to go that way. I don't want to go that way. Okay. I forgot to let go of grab. Yeah, you're probably right. You're probably right. Nice eyeball. Uh-oh, I hear electricity and I see electricity. Nothing. Okay. That's gonna shock me if I touch it. Let's close this door and see if there's anything behind this of use. You know, I always wonder how well I would do in escape rooms. So I think between my wife and I, we would probably do very good at getting out of an escape room. Okay. Very dramatic. Hmm. Shoot. Excuse me? This is a hard angle to hit. Wait, what's back over here? Unless I can grab that lid, I don't see a reason to go back right now. Or no, let me go over here and see what's up. Aw. It's kind of a sad song. Kind of, what, it's melancholy? Is this thing gonna kill me? I better find out now. Or, oh, let me see what happens when I put a okay, so let me see if it kills me, first off. It does not. Noted. Let's get this thing going again. Oh, shit. I'm sorry. Alright. Oh. Now I see a reason to go back. Okay. Can I make that run? It seemed to last for a long time, so I should be able to just make that run, no problem. Get the hell out of my way. Yeah, okay. I should be able to make that. Damn, I can't get that angle. No! How do I do this consistently? Like, it looks like I'm going the right direction, but I can't really tell. All right. Oof. Good thing she doesn't take fall damage from like an unreasonable height. Okay, so if you were like a speedrunner, you would just know, you just go straight through to both of them. Because there's nothing in here that attacks you, as far as I can tell. Yeah. This is a prison. I'm trying to unravel the mystery of where I'm even at, because everything seems to be for a bigger person. So I don't know if that's just how this word works or what, but it seems like that's part of the allure of unraveling the game. I didn't think anything was down there, but I just wanted to make sure. Ooh! Metal Gear. If I go under this thing, is it gonna kill me? Okay. I'm just assuming it's not good to get caught by this thing. What? I got stuck on something. But what is that? A friendly? Do I want to turn on the lights in this situation? Because it might be my best interest to not. I don't know. I mean, he has his own light source, so is it really important? All right, so I've got to free those guys somehow, right? That seems like the right thing to do. But I don't see a way to get up there yet. Oh, wait. Maybe I do. Maybe I do. Yep. The game taught me this earlier. Now, can I land on that thing? Oh, okay. All right, I might die here. For science! Oh. I was wondering about that. I don't think I was supposed to do that. I don't think I was supposed to do that. You do know the game autosaves? Yeah, I haven't seen and I haven't noticed a notification pop up, but I'm sure it does. Where are my snacks at? Hell yeah. Got me a fire protein bar, and then I also got me some muffins. I know these doors open, I'm pretty sure, but you gotta be thorough with these things because you never know what you're gonna get. Oh, jeez. Babushka. Oh, that's all the icon that time. Little baby hands. Do I have to go under here? What the frick was that? I can't see under there. Maybe I'll jump on the bed or something. I mean, this eye is clearly pointing down there, but I don't know if that means like to be careful or what. Let me just go ahead and be brave and find out. Oh, that squelching is just my feet. Oh, actually, wait. Oh, this door is knocked over. Damn it. Was it just that secret item? Maybe that item is not a secret and it's mandatory. Damn. I'm gonna drop down on this thing. Oh, I can look by holding right click. Oh, perfect. Yeah, okay. Whoops. I wanted to see if I could take fall damage. I don't think that thing killed me. I think the fall damage killed me. Oh, this looks like it might be open. Maybe there's some backtracking involved. Whoa! Oh my god. What is this? Outlast 2D? Why are his arms so long? Wake up, kid. Explain to me what's happening. Wake up, y'all. There's a crazy person about. Get on up. What y'all sleeping for? Wake up. Come on, we gotta go. Come on. Am I bigger than these guys? Or I mean, I don't think I'm any smaller. Maybe a little bit smaller. I don't know, the proportions of this world are weird. That guy didn't come from this door, right? He came from another. He came from the door in the back. Oh, duh. Can't move. Ooh. Can't do anything, as far as I can tell. Yeah, I like that I can look around. Nothing over here. Okay, I tried grabbing. Ooh. She got the bubble guts? Oh no, are they poisoning her? Oh my god, no. You got me good. Oh no. I think she's just hungry, actually. Thank you. Just hungry. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So that means I'm hungry. Yeah. You would. Nah, it's cool. I like it too. Nothing. Uh-oh. Okay. Okay. All my years of training is paying off. Let's hit this lantern. Yeah, it's probably a checkpoint system. Hey, get. I'm gonna wait for that to sway my way. Of this game, it's so creepy, lullaby coded. Oh. Yeah, very almost Tim Burton-y, but not quite. Almost like James and the Giant Peach type stuff. You ever seen James and the Giant Peach? I feel like I would like your take on that movie. I think that is something that you would love. It is very similar to this aesthetic. I almost want to watch a trailer with you. I watched recently I watched a movie breakdown of it because I saw it a long time ago and I was like, holy crap. I don't remember, like, I remember thinking it was weird and creepy, but I was like, I didn't realize this. And like, there's a sexy spider in there. Very conflicted as a kid who did not like spiders. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Yeah. I think it is somewhat different. Somewhat different in some ways. I don't know. I need to send this. Ah. Oh shit. Oh wait. Filing cabinet. They had it in reverse order to show me that I could possibly pull it out. Oh. Oh, but maybe I have to pull out more. That's not what I wanted to do. Jump, dang it. Why aren't you running? Whoop. Interesting. Okay, I'm trying to figure out how to take off. I think I'm holding shift and it's not like letting me take off fast. I think I missed something. I think I messed up. Balls. I think I pulled that thing out too far by accident. I'm trying to get as best of a running start as I can. Oop. No, because I can grab the ledge right there. So it's clearly indicated to me that I can grab that. So I gotta just jump a little better. Huh. There you go. Just be better, bro. I'm not sure I remember where I'm supposed to go. I haven't been here yet. I got you, homie. It's Tony. All right, I'm gonna test if I can climb this rope by climbing on this one, because shit. I absolutely cannot. Bruh. Oh, they put me down here again. Balls. Yeah, I needed to know. Can you show me? Ah! Bruh. Those things really kill you. As soon as I talked about being in danger, I was in danger, actually. Those things would have killed me if I hit them earlier. Okay. I gotta get past the evil eye again. This isn't electrified anymore. Did my angle just change? What the heck? What the hell is that? Am I in a boat? Ah, damn. I see what I gotta do. I see what I gotta do. No. I don't remember that. This is new. Oh shit. What the fuck? Hey yo! Was I too slow? I think I was too slow. I feel like the eye follows the trash can a little bit. Like it jitters a little bit. It doesn't just move back and forth really smoothly. I did the thing. I did the thing. I'd be skipping stuff like that. I thought maybe it seemed like the rope wanted me to climb down, so I'm like, you know what? I've been playing Arc Raiders. Yeah, organic eye movement, exactly. The animations are good too. Like obviously the proportions of some of these characters I've seen, not realistic, but the animations are very smooth. Let's go, baby. Oh shit. Lesson learned from last time. Oh my god, do not just press random directions, you will trip. You cannot. Whoa, what the hell? Hey guys. Look how the canary has flown its kegel. Kegel? My what? What the? Oh, shoot. I don't think there's a fuel source for my lighter, so I can use that infinitely, as far as I can tell. All right, let's take a peek in here, and then we'll go back. Okay, it's a whole ass office room. Damn. I do like... The fuck? Narnia? Hold on, let me not go that way yet. Let me investigate. Jump, man. Well, I don't think there's anything up there of value. That one I can pick up. Cool. Does it hurt me? No, okay. Nope. Oh wait, yes? No book pick up? Okay. No. Alright, let me go back this way. And then I'll take that lantern with me into Narnia. I'm sorry, what is that? That door looks locked up there. Oh my god, bro, are you serious? Another one? Broke ankles.
Damn.
Broke ankles. I need to get that ankle insurance, man. There we go. Okay. Eyeballs. Ugh. Futon. What the hell was that? Oh God. Chutzpah. Babushka. I don't yet know what I'm doing, but it seems to be a good thing. Oh, that wine bottle? I'm definitely taking this with me. Let's go. Damn. Oh, what is that? Ugh. Yeah. Sure. And one for good measure. Got me some wine. Yeah, boy, let's go. We're done in this game. What's that noise? Wait a second. Something doesn't seem right over here. Oh shit. I feel like I need that key. Maybe it's just me being paranoid. Is that food? Is that food? Oh, that's a cork. Damn it. That can be food. That's very filling. No, picked up the key. Thank you. Tells a story. Tells a story. Actually, I feel like I need to be breaking these open anyway, just because there might be food in them. Oh, what'd I tell you? What'd I tell you?
Perfect.
I knew it. I knew it. Eh. I missed. That's what I expected. I know. I figured that out a while ago, buddy. I figured that out a while ago, game. Why? Well, it's not as heavy. It's the only conclusion I can think of. Makes sense. So, the things you throw are weight influence. Hiding spot. Okay, we're playing Outlast. Oh. Oh, my game crashed. Hold on. Damn. Luckily, I have this installed on my main hard drive, so it loads really fast. I don't know where it's going to put me, though. That is truly the question. The question. Bandai. Bandai Namco. Also, let it be known that no words have been said at all. Okay. A little bit ways back. So let me go ahead and explore this area real quick to see if there's anything here. Oh yeah, he goes to Narnia, that's right. Right. Careful how you hold that. I guess I couldn't go that farther anyway. Can't throw this thing very far. Maybe. Ah. What was that noise? Oh wait, why did I climb over here again? There's nothing over here, right? Good enough. Creepy noise. Oh, I can shimmy. Okay, good to know. Whoo, baby. I'm just making sure the babushka is gone. The, whatever that was. Yeah, looks like it's gone. Hiya! Hiya! Fire! I'm a cat. I'm a kitty cat. Yeah, how can you not? How can you not? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, you're okay. Hey, what is this big jug over here? Hold on now. Yo! This one's too big. Damn. Yeah, we're definitely on the boat. You can tell. That's really cool. Like the small touch of the toilet paper rolling like that. Did you? Oh, you're on YouTube. I was like, what is happening here? Yes. Right now, that doesn't matter. Doesn't seem to, at least. Unless they're like judging me or something. Kia! Kobe! I love the fact that I can trip on command. All right, so was I in here when the game crashed? Oh. Oh, duh. Come hitherto, monkey. You are needed elsewhere. We must take the elevator. Thank you, good sir. How's it going, London? Doing well. What you been up to? You been playing Gambit? Oh no, she's hungry again. I don't know if that's scripted or if it's more of like a... Noted. Noted. Magic. Oh, okay. What you working on that Final Fantasy deck? What you got? What you working on? Also, have you played that Universes game at all? This card game called Universes? Ooh. What does this button do? What? Get on, go, gabba. All right, got it. Let me fix my lights real fast too. I got my good. I don't like how YouTube Shorts does the overlay of the text. I'm not sure if I have the function to turn that off. No, I play vampires and I'm building Storm. Vampires. Is vampires a Marvel thing? You're building Storm. Is Marvel and Magic the Gathering? What's going on here? I got my good. This light won't change. There we go. There we go. Okay, sorry. Oh, okay. Yeah. Am I dead? Did that take too long? Come on, Six, get up. Do you learn their name in game, or is it more of like a you look it up sort of thing? I usually play black and green when I played. Oh no. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do, man. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. Look away, avert your eyes, y'all. Wait. Hopefully that was supposed to happen. That wasn't just being slow. Because I was looking at the chat. So there is a Marvel Magic. Or are you talking about Universes or whatever it's called? Black and green is based. I don't know, I just like being annoying, I guess. I don't know, it's cool also, thematically. My Strixhaven campaign, I am a Witherbloom, no big deal. Or no, wait. Yeah, Witherbloom, which I think is like black or green. Give me, go. No one's gonna keep me caged up. No locked doors. Thank you.
It's a trap.
All right, so let's see if I can. Well, not exactly how I wanted that to go, but good to know. Good to know. I don't feel like I can reach that from over here. Wait. Don't you do that. Oh, hey. What's up, man? I got you. Oh. Brother. I wonder if it gets easier if I go with the flow of the ship. Like, is it about to get harder when we sway back the other way? Can I open this? Can I get you? Wait, which game are you talking about, Lyndon? Oh, there is a swinging mechanic. Oh, Marvel is in Magic. Okay, I saw you say nah earlier, and I was like, oh. Ugh. Sheesh, safe. Secret layer. Then and somewhere. Oh, interesting. Have you heard of that other game, Universal or Universes or something like that? Huh? Hey, like that shit. I see the guillotine right here. I see that. Yeah. Woo. Different color. Noted. Uh-oh. Excuse me? He's blind. No! Damn it. My friend had mentioned it. I don't know personally what it's called. So I confirmed that noise does matter to these guys. So I'm just gonna go ahead and sneak on these guys, and sorry for the other homies. Duel! So that creaky wood earlier was to teach me to not make a bunch of goddamn noise. I didn't realize that crouching on it would still do it. Walking on these patches is definitely the way to go. I don't know if I can run on them though. Dios mío! ¡Ay! ¡Ay! God damn it. I didn't know where to go. Now I see. All right, I'm just gonna gun it. I didn't see the door until it was too late, man. Run, 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 run. Oh, shit. Ooh. Get me the fuck out of here. Oh, fuck. Oh, no. Oh, shit. Oh, damn. What is up with this guy's proportions? Get off me, man. Where's my bottle at? Let me hit him with a brick or something. So he has no eyes, but he has good ears. It seems like... Okay, it seems like I can run and crouch jump. I'm trying to experiment with my speed. Oh, that's creepy, dude. He's just feeling around really well. He's really sniffing me out, man. I gotta make it onto that other... Sucker. Fuck. Damn, he reached out further. There's no way to dodge that when she like leaps. Once he leaps at you, holy crap. Okay, so let me just try going more quiet then. Wait, he smells me. He doesn't see me. There we go. Wait, I can't make that jump, can I? So he's smelling me and hearing me. I don't like the way that sounds out loud. How do I evade his smell? Because I think he smelt me. Whoever smelt it dealt it. Oh shit. Oh my god, his neck cracking. I feel that, brother. I feel like I need to get up here and go around, but I don't think I can. Damn, dude, this is cracking his neck. Hitting it up with Harry Potter. Grabs a person, puts him on the hook, grabs some string, grabs a napkin. Let me just watch this guy and see what he does. Cuts it. Oh, nice. Scissor goes back on the hook. Wraps up the kid. Puts him on the hook. Reaches for another kid. Oh, there's another kid in there. Wait. I don't know how to. Okay, I think I identified the creaky wood, but do I just jump over it? Because it seems like I can jump and then crouch land as well. Wake up, kid. You're good, you're good, you're good. feel like now's a good time to go over there, but I'm gonna wait until he's way back over on that side to jump over and run. He's going to come this way. Shoes. Shoes. Yo! Okay, stressful. Stressful. All right. I didn't know how a 2D game could be kind of scary, but my eyes are opening. Hey, yo, man. Now, the question I have is, can I use shoes or other devices, other objects, to distract by throwing them? And finally made it out of there. All right, we did some learning. We did some learning together. So far, mouse and keyboard hasn't been too bad, other than the crouch button. That's the only complaint I have, is that I might have to remap my crouch button somewhere else. But or my sprint button, I'm not sure. I just wish I had a toggle, then everything would be copacetic. Oh, come on, what are we playing, Amnesia here? Or Penumbra? Not this again. I can't remember if it's Amnesia or Penumbra, but it's the same developers. Ugh! I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I thought I could jump over there. I saw a suitcase, but I got stuck. I couldn't go any further.
Help me!
I think I'm actually gonna move my oh shit. That was scary. There we go. Yeah. I like that a little better. I like that a little better. That's what I'm saying. Okay. Shit, I'm dead. Damn. Go-Go Gadget arms earlier, indeed. Wait, you watch Go-Go Gadget? Or Inspector Gadget, I mean? That show was the greatest back in the day. Balls. Thank you. Hey, I was thinking about it. You had a picture book of it. Oh, but you never watch the cartoons? I usually pour this thing out into other stuff, but I think I fixed the issue with it leaking, which is helps me keep track of all my water. And when I think it's like half a gallon, if I'm not mistaken.
Perfect.
Thank you. I need to get the DJ Khaled I Appreciate You. I have a couple of his things. I think I have Congratulations, You Played Yourself. Oh, hell no! Oh my god. No, what did I do wrong? Wait, how did I get back here? Hold on, what? Oh, right, I got captured. Fair enough. Fair enough. I remember a train rescue and his hat turned into a propeller that let him fly, and his assistant was a monkey. So technically, wait, no, wait, a monkey. There was a dog in the cartoon, and Penny. Do they reference Penny at all?
Me! Help me!
Oh my God, his mouth. I don't like that. Ooh! Let me go a little quieter. I don't know where he's at. Oh, right. There. Can I run in there? Is that a possibility? It was like a yellow dog. And Penny was the niece of Inspector Gadget, which is weird. Someone pointed out this a while ago, but a lot of like 90s cartoons, it wasn't like a father and a kid. It was like a guy, like an uncle situation a lot of times. Oh God. Oh, I got it. I wasn't gonna say that, but I was like, that's around the same time frame, so like that's the only thing I could think of. Yeah, you gotta tap the slide button, then you are good with that one. It's not relevant to this guy because he's gonna catch up no matter what, and then stop right there. But I'm gonna go up here, and then once he presses the button, then I'm gonna come back down so that I don't fall down, and I'm gonna just like, hopefully the wood does not creak where I'm at right now. Curious George, a curious little monkey. Okay. Fuck. I got stuck. Right idea, bad execution. I got stuck on the door or something. No, the Inspector Gadget was a guy in gray. Curious George, which the main character, the character didn't have a name. The man in yellow, I think was his name. He was in yellow with a hat of some sort, some other kind of hat, like a park ranger hat or some weird moose hat, I don't know, something Canadian. Yoink. Indeed. Why did I get caught? What did I do? I think I tried running and I was caught up on this door at the corner. that mouth is like when people that have dentures, they do that. I had a grandma. The man with the yellow hat, excuse me. Yeah, not the man in yellow, the man with the yellow hat. Yeah. I had some books and I watched the cartoons. Well, same with Inspector Gadget, honestly. Slide. They should do an Outlast crossover with this game, with this format. Oh shit. Fuck. All right, out of his reach. Well, not really out of his reach, but he doesn't grab over here so far unless I give him a reason to. I'm not gonna move. And then we're gonna run because I tried crawling, didn't work. I'm gonna just back away from the door a little bit. Maybe I wait for him to leave somehow, but I don't know how to get out of the way without him seeing me. The only other thing I can think of is this, and it's a reckless move, but we're gonna go ahead and just do it anyway. Cause fuck it. Aha, I died before you can grab me. Gotcha. Might be. I tried it. It didn't work. I didn't think it would, but I was like, you know what? I would feel stupid if I tried that, if I didn't try that, and that was a solution. I don't know if there's anywhere else I can go. And where's that monkey at that I can throw? Where's the monkey? Did he clean it up? Wait, what's this over here? I can't get over there. Okay. What do I do? Do I jump maybe? The movie was your favorite? Was it a live action or a cartoon? Was there a live action Curious George? Fuck. I tried standing still, but I'm like, he's gonna walk right into me. He's gonna chase those other things. What can I do? Okay. I got another idea. I got it. I think I got it. I think I got it. I don't got it. I don't got it. That is not what I intended to do. Killer indeed. Cartoon. Got it. This is not what I intended, but this might be better. There you are, buddy. Oh shit, what? Did the door close behind me? Oh shit. But now I gotta figure out where the hell to go next. Is there a button that I can throw it at? There has to be, right? Oh, what is this? This floorboard looks a little bit, all right, nothing has gone according to plan, but it has worked out. Now, I have two trains of thought here. It does get easier when you move the boat. Flabbit, get out the way. I was gonna use blocks if that didn't work. Okay, so I found a hiding spot, I think. Now he might be able to reach some of this, but not all the way down, which is these little gnome dudes have also figured that out. Hey Tech, do you know if the other guys are gonna be playing any Outlast tonight? Or Outlast tonight? All right, man. All right. Stretch Armstrong. Come here. Baboosh. No. I need it. Stop cracking your neck, bro. You're making me want to crack my neck. Stop. I'm feeling like all stiff. Still don't know what that does, but we're gonna still keep doing it. Goddamn. We making it out here, man. We making it out here. Did he? Monkey? I can't jump. Oh, did I bait him into going to the other area and open the door? Because I can't jump anywhere over here, so I assume that I have to go that way. Ah. 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 Chutzpah.
Disappointed!
I get it. I get it. I get it. My suspicion earlier was slightly right, but I don't know if throwing anything works. But definitely shoes and probably cans. Wait, did I? Okay. Maybe he's already, the door's already open. He just walked past. Okay, so my plan I executed poorly because I messed up where I was gonna throw that other monkey. I couldn't pick it up and I was like, fuck it, let me get the hell out of here. Betrayal, you monkey! I'm glad you get some humor out of it. I appreciate that. That's a good animation right there. I like that. I'll sit in games sometimes, more so when I was younger, and just like sit there and watch like an animation, because I'm not fascinated with the animated. God damn, fascinated animated. There's some sort of tongue twister in there. I'm fascinated not just by animations, but the transition animations, which in game development, those are separate classifications of animations, because a walk cycle is one animation, but the walk cycle to stopping can have a transition animation or can just not, and the animation just hard stops, right? There was a fighting game I like called Dead or Alive that was really good at having transition animations working smoothly, which is hard to program in a fighting game because you're always transitioning from pressing buttons. So sometimes you have to sacrifice animation because you're focused more on the fairness and timing of the character's moveset, which will make the animation sometimes look jerky because they're ending so quickly, right? Or you're doing another button, or you're walking immediately afterwards. So sometimes you have to sacrifice that. But one of the developers from Koei Tecmo, the people that made Ninja Gaiden, like Team Ninja, they always had this ability to program the game in a way that automatically did the transition animations rather than having to manually time them or manually animate them. And this is like way earlier than most other games. I think nowadays that's a really easy practice that's baked into engines that people had to manually do back in the day. I don't know what engine, if it was, I think it might have been Unreal that Koei Tecmo used and still uses. Not positive. Stay on the carpet. I'm wondering if I drop it in there and he can't find it, what happens then? Woo! Not this time, goddammit. Fuck. Are your alarms that long? So anyways, this game has some good in between, some good transition animations, and it's just like, just watching it. Look at that! Look at that! The extra steps of animation, like there's no jerkiness that's not intentionally jerky, right? Like there might be some reduced frame rate of the character's animations, but that's for aesthetic to make it look maybe a little bit more like claymation, Tim Burton-y type of animation. That's intentional. But like her knee, like I'm holding down, her foot goes down and then it goes back up, and there's like a bounce to it, right? When her knee hits the peak, it bounces. This is called like a squash and stretch with a little bit of exaggeration. Hard to notice, but you can also see her dress hit a little bit. I'm guessing that's just physics, but it's consistently animating the same way, and that makes me think it's not physics. It might be physics-based animation, but it's a pre-programmed animation rather than the game reacting in real time to the animation. But if she's animated the same way, it's very possible that her clothes are going to react physically the same way consistently. But just really small stuff like that. Like if you let go of your run animation, what is your idle stance, and is there an animation leading to that rather than just boop, you're magically there? Like play some games and pay attention. Yo, this guy is doing calisthenics right now. Is that his priority? To do pull-ups? Muscle ups? He's gone. What a way to travel. A little bit jealous. Oh, fuck me. Ah! He's gonna find me. I'm dead. Is there another one? Fucking shoe. Shoe. Fuck. Yes, 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 yes. Noise, noise, noise. Bah, 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 bah. Can I put this on? Nope. Gotta go. Maybe deadpan is the kind of humor I'm thinking. I don't know. Hell no. Oh, hell nah, dude. What the fuck? Am I dead? I think I'm dead. Nope. Is this open? Please? Pretty please? Which one do I gotta climb? I can climb all of these stacks, presumably. This is a little precarious here. Ugh. Can I drop it on that guy? That would be very satisfying. NGL, NGL. It's gotta be this back stack back here. Yeah, let me get up here and turn my flashlight on. I probably should have checked before I climbed up here too. Ooh. Shadows. Oh, she actually moves her hand too, so that helps me with the lighting. That's sick. No shit. Wait a minute. Hold on. Sorry. This is going to be useful for me. How did I do that? That's cool. Anyways, let's see here. What am I missing? Can't get back out. Oh, where you going? Where'd you go? Let me think. There's 4 stacks of books. They're too far away. Oh, wait. 5 stacks of books. That one is a little too high. Duly noted. I suspect. Ooh, there's another bookshelf over here. Or book stack. I don't know where that guy is going, but I didn't see anything over there. Can I climb these? Ah. Okay. I should have known. Oh shit. I gotta go back. I gotta go back and light that candle. I don't know what it does other than checkpoints. Okay, all right. The power of observation. Book's gonna fall. stressful. He's blind, so the light should not be a factor. I assume he's blind, really. That is an assumption on my part. Whew. I had a suspicion that there was wood right there. Oh, candle and a monkey. Execution error. God damn it. I just scared the hell out of somebody. It seems like I can walk on this too. All right, so I just gotta get used to the nuance of some of the sneaking. I wish I could do like a toggle crouch, but already I'm liking this game. Tech, you're like 3 for 3 right now. I don't know how important these things are, man, but I almost walked to the edge again. All right, I'm assuming I gotta go that away. Well, that away for you guys. There was Trepang. Oh, Outlast Trials. Trepang and Outlast Trials. What? Did you see the vase? Did you see the vase? Why did that thing go flying like that? Hey, can you clip that? The best. I like this. I do struggle with sneaking games because I more so for Yo, the timing of this couldn't be worse / better. My mechanics sometimes work against me, and I am put in shitty situations because I mess up mechanically, like I just did, and then I have to get myself out of it, which usually doesn't involve sneaking. Ah!
Congratulations, you played yourself.
I deserve that. I deserve that. Well, example A. Fuck. It's like my brain knows exactly what to do. Is that sometimes my fingers are like, nah, bro, that's not how the things are gonna go, though. Sorry. All right, so that candle is saved now. Maybe that is a checkpoint system. Now, I want to grab this top block, is what I want to do. But what ends up happening is not that. Okay. So, I gotta do Metal Gear. I gotta do Metal Gear. That game will go after a Scorn if it goes on sale. If it goes on sale, brother, why do you hate me? Why? I might go grab my controller just to be safe, man. I feel like I'm really mucking this up. This is gonna be my just in case noisemaker. I'm gonna leave that there. Oh, thank you. Much appreciated. I feel like I gotta treat this game like ASMR, like I want to whisper for some reason. Oh, fuck. Ooh. Oh, attraction. I can't throw that thing. I was gonna throw. Ooh. All right, I gotta stop and think for a second. I got a plan. I'm guessing I can't throw that just so I don't alert him sooner than I need to. So I'm hoping that this alerts him? No? I'll have to check that clip in a second. Thank you very much. Yeah, I kind of want to talk like ASMR-y. That's not a person, I mean like really gently because of the nature of how delicate I need to be playing this game. I gotta remember what I can climb too. Ooh. What's the point of being up here? If not to get up here or to reach something. But I don't see it. I don't see it. Wait, I can drag this, right? No. Nothing? What if I do this? Yeah! Really? I thought for sure that I had to make that noise to activate the guy to come to the door. Not that. It's not that. So then, what is it? Oof. It's hard when I'm trying to make very slight movements on a keyboard because if I do like 3 taps, she just loses her balance, which I think is more geared towards controller players. It's easier to adjust to that on a controller, I'd argue. Wait, can I grab this chair and drag it? No, too heavy. I'll try the simple option, see if the door will actually close. Spiderwebs. Is there any loose floorboards? There's nothing I can grab from up here. If I get over there, I think I can't even grab that Jack in the Box. The only exit is that way. Confirmed a way to get out of here. Maybe that TV has a knob on it that I can just plug this into or something. I thought maybe I had to break this TV in order to like piss him off or something like that, but that's not the case. And I can't even throw this thing. I can't throw it. I can't drag this suitcase anywhere. And it doesn't seem like throwing this thing alerts the guy at all. But I feel like I can make it go like Pop Goes the Weasel or something. I'm seeing flashes of something every now and then. Wait. Ah! I just have to press the button with my hands. I tried left clicking it. The hell's that thing? Oh shit. I thought it was Baboosh. Oh no. Finally figured it out. I'm a little salty. I solved it earlier. I just, again, mechanics. I just did not execute pressing the button properly. Like, I walked into it and held left click. Apparently not to play. Ugh. I couldn't wait any longer. I could have probably, but hey, I'm not risking it. I see what I must do, but I don't know if I have the strength to do it. Ah! Why did she do that? Fuck. I don't know if I need it again. If I do, oh, I don't. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I gotta head for the boat rocks the other way. I think it's going to. Yeah. It's easier also to look at the camera when it's not over here. My camera used to be over here, which I liked for certain things, and maybe I'll still do that. But having it here, I'm literally looking at myself. I'm not looking at the camera right now. I'm just looking at me. Like the camera is that close to myself, so it is a lot easier for me to naturally like. One, I'm just looking at myself, and then I find humor in looking at my own reactions sometimes. But then if I have to look at the camera, that also is very convenient. So it looks like I'm looking at the camera more than I'm meaning to, because I can just look at myself. I find looking at yourself in real time makes it easier to enunciate. It's weird. It's weird when I see myself on camera, which is why commentary does that to me. It activates this weird part in my brain to look at my mouth structure when I'm moving my mouth, and make sure that I'm prioritizing that so that I'm not verbally stumbling over my words, and not stumbling over my words because my thoughts are scattered or something like that. Hard to differentiate for the person outside, but for me, it is noticeable. But when you get excited or passionate, it's a little easier to lose that consciousness. No! Also, again, not having to like break my field of vision, my peripheral vision, I can still see if I'm looking at here or the chat. So typically I would avoid just looking at the camera when I'm in those situations, but sometimes it's hard because it's like I treat the camera like a person, pretty much, like I'm talking to somebody. It's just how I've been trained to do it. I think that's just the way to do it. You don't have to, I'm not an actor. I don't have to play a certain role. Oh, I don't even have a sound for that. Oh, there's two of them. Hey, yo, those animations are creepy. Oh my god. And the oddly longer than normal uncanny fingers, man. Ah. Also, Lyndon, are you still in here? Did you say you played Path of Exile or not? Okay. Bruh. I tried it out because the druid just dropped in that. I can confirm that to me it feels pretty cool, being the big druid fanboy that I am. Oh, you can dodge him. Oh, we moving out here. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh Jesus. Oh. I was gonna crush him? Hell no, bro. It's still getting crushed. Can I jump on that thing? Brother, what do I do? What do I do? Oh. Oh, maybe I run back? No. Oh wait, maybe I can grab. No? Ah. The hell do I do? Oh no! My character started climbing down the stairs without me, or climbing down the thing without me realizing it. I thought that was gonna eventually break, but it didn't. It just kept going. And I'm like, oh shit. And so I'm trying to figure out if I can drag this thing. But yeah, you must have watched me play when I was playing on my monk, right? Is that what you're saying? I can't reach that thing, can I? I'm trying to grab that thing right here. No, I don't know. What am I missing? 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 Missing. Can I get over there? I don't think I can. I'm not sure if I remember a poison lady. I think I remember like a poison flower or something like that. But yeah, it would have been a minute from now because I haven't played in like a year or so. Maybe less time. But... God damn it! Why did he not grab it? I didn't wait for the animation to play. But yeah, the Druid dropped like the same day the DLC did, and I was talking about that. But I hadn't had it installed yet, so I've only played my Barbarian recently. That's not it either. Also, my chat is like right below me too, so I'm looking at myself and then I see my chat right below. I like that. Oh shit! What am I? I feel like I'm supposed to drag something over there so I can climb up it. Maybe, but I don't even see a lever for it. And then I can't grab this thing. It just climbs up. Maybe I just stand still for a little bit. Give it up, man. If I can find a good sweet spot to hide in that he doesn't reach, maybe he won't hear me for a while and give up and think I escaped or something. Come on, man, give it up. And the finger movements? Creepy. Fuck. I'm not seeing it. I don't see a button above the door. I don't see a way to get into that crawl hole. I don't have anything to throw. I can't drag anything over there. I tried Okay, I got one last attempt idea. Now that I know that I can get over there uncontested. Too greedy, too impatient. I'll try just walking over there without sprinting or crawling. I feel like that should be my default thing because it's not slow, but it's not too fast either. I was right. I gotta do it again? I get it, I get it, I get it, okay. That's what you get. That's what you get. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Whew. That's... Man, I wish my wife could watch me stream some of these. She would love something like this, I think. There's no words have been said whatsoever. No reading of anything whatsoever. I don't think every game needs to be like that by any means, but when you can do it and do it well, I feel like you were able to capture one of a couple of things, if not more. But your gameplay is able to capture and speak for itself. Your atmosphere is able to speak for itself. Your level design, if it's engaging enough but also teaches you, not every game has to do this, but if it's able to teach you the game while also being immersive, see exhibit like old Mega Mans as an example. If you can do that, you know, you've perfected something, right? If you, okay, I guess right. If you're able to evoke emotions in some form or fashion, whether it be like the atmosphere, which would include the level design, the animations, the aesthetic, art style, any other indicators like character, you know, they're not talking, so they're still conveying emotions. There's ways to convey and engage people without forcing it down their throat. Well, not just forcing it down their throats, but also not having to have it be a part of it at all, right? Again, not every game needs to have this, but when you can do it, you know you've really perfected something. And it is a very unique experience that I think, because it is so hard to perfect, is makes it more enjoyable when you do find something that does attempt and do it well. I think Journey is another good game as an example. I've never beat Journey, but I mean, between working in game development and selling games for years and then working in like editing and game development, I've observed and learned a lot about video games from multiple different perspectives. And you know, I can say about Journey that game was very, very like widely received, won a lot of awards. You know, I don't know if it got Game of the Year that year, but it won a lot of awards. It's a very well done game that a lot of games I think were inspired afterwards. And I think that I personally see a little bit of Journey in this game, not so much in a logical sense. Like, there's no, other than that they don't talk, there's nothing specific that they do that's the same. It's the things that it invokes. Oh, don't tell me I gotta eat that rat. Come on. I can't be having these deep conversations and then having to eat a rat. Wait. Hold that thought. Hold up. Wait a minute. That is a perfect example. That is the perfect example of what I was literally just talking about. I knew what was happening. I had to figure it out based off of the cues from the last two things. I had to eat some food that someone threw at me. So I start off eating garbage, basically, right? I'm not saying it is, but desperate times, desperate measures. A kid throws some bread as a kind gesture. Super obvious what I gotta do. She's hungry, eat that bread. The second time they do that, it's like raw meat, right? Raw meat is the most extreme thing that I had to eat so far. 2 times, nothing was said. I knew exactly what to do, and I started to feel uncomfortable, right? I felt like that was a kind gesture of the guy more than anything else. Like that was my main focus. That this kid was like, you know, it was kind of like the PETA moment from Hunger Games. You know what I'm saying, right? If you get it, you get it. And then it took me a second because I didn't want to even go down this train of thought. And the game had the answer right in my eyes. I'm obviously distracted because I'm talking and everything, but I'm looking for how to get out of here. I'm not looking for the food source just yet because I didn't see anything on the way in, right? I got there and I was like, I haven't come across a food source. Is there any other door before I blah, 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 blah. Turn back around. I'm finishing my thought about evoking emotions. And I see this, right? And I'm like, no way do I have to eat this rat. Please don't tell me I have to eat that rat. That is because I think that's gross, right? I'm having a lot of apprehension to acknowledging that reality because I'm like, God, that's gross. But logic dictates this might be the next extreme jump. Tutorial, nothing said, right? Mechanically, I know what I'm supposed to do, or at least try to do, right? Emotionally and like narratively, it's like this kid has to do what they gotta do, and it's gross. And I feel feelings of like disgust and like not shame, but pity for this character that has to eat this rat. That's exactly what I'm talking about, where you can convey or teach multiple things with no words. Not everybody can do that. That's amazing. That's amazing. Okay, I know this game came out in like 2017, right? This isn't a game review. This is just my experience in real time. I'm just saying that is very well done. Okay, now let's get the hell out of here. Did what I say make sense to y'all? Y'all picking up what I'm putting down? Also, Rehab, hello. Yo, I gotta walk on dead bodies right now, bro. Come on now. Oh man, these Sunday streams have become just so good. Like my life is great as it is. Like I have things that I'm working on to improve, but like between talking about politics and making content and then just playing games that are enjoyable, like even if nobody's here that day, I enjoyed playing the game. Like this is my gaming time consistently, and oh man, some of these recommendations, like I like games that do a couple of different things, right? And that's why I to circle back to the other point and kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Ooh, can I push this? Okay. Quick tangent. The game is teaching me something right now, right? I've known from the other things that sometimes I can push heavy things, but sometimes it has to be when the boat that I mentioned earlier, I'm not crazy, gives you more leverage. The stage, the environment gives you leverage as it ebbs and flows. That's fucking cool. And it gives you just enough information to realize or to teach you that you're onto something without giving it away all the time. Like it's not super duper, it's very, very obvious and also easy to miss that the boat is swaying and that might influence the physics of the game, right? Based off of the angle, right? Gravity changes. So the gravity physics adjust to the level, right? And to give this a little bit more clarity, you have to think about this from a programmer. A programmer and game developers have to program into the game that these objects that are mostly static objects and interact when you press buttons for context clues, it needs to interact also based on the physics of the state of the map, of the boat, right? Because a game, like a physics object, doesn't just naturally do that. And typically they're pre-rendered or pre-made animations. It's not usually a physics-based thing. Like the animation itself, I'm not sure. I don't think that was fully physics, but I don't think it was fully scripted either. I think it was somewhere in the middle where it's scripted to react to its physics if you are able to push it. Otherwise it just stays static, right? That's some sort of if-then statement to give it enough influence to activate the physics of the game or to animate it very, very well, regardless of what angle you're at. Because the weight, technically it could speed up the animation, right? The animation is just like a pivot, right? A hinge. So it could be just triggering a script that speeds up the animation to make it and adjust based off of the speed of the impact to for any reactionary or secondary animations. I didn't see the animation that well, so that might be a little bit too excessive. But I'm just saying, like, when you're talking about the programming of the game in that sense, rather than just what you see and experience, it allows you to, it's like people who make films and study filmmaking and go to see a film, like they have a higher appreciation for that shit. And not so much a higher appreciation, it's just that they can recognize so many more things that much more quickly without anybody else telling them, that they are able to appreciate more aspects of the game typically, unless you're very well versed in how a game is also made rather than just how to play the game. Beautiful, beautiful. I'm sorry, I like talking about this kind of shit. This is why I want to do game reviews, but I didn't feel like planning and scripting all that crap because that's not my style, right? And it's not, I don't got time for that other than like the other priorities of content creation. I've never seen a game that does this like this naturally. Like there's a couple games like Uncharted or something like that where there's objects moving back and forth, you gotta dodge them, but like this, not as subtly, not as functionally. I don't think. You have to let me know if you've seen a game like that, but I've not come across anything like that. Very, very well done. Very well done. Now, can I push this somewhere? I still can influence it. Where are we going? Oh, to the window. Order up. Let's go. Go on, go on, go on, go on. Rehab, how you doing, man? Oh, and it's four-wheel drive. Okay. That's not the actual term. I'm just being silly. I hear sharpening of knives. We're about to go into a kitchen probably. So this is the pantry. Can I eat that carrot? Please let me eat that carrot. Eat that carrot, girl. God damn it. All right. Damn, eat that carrot. Or I'm gonna take it with me, man. Maybe when I get hunger pains, I might be able to eat it. The butcher. So this is where they what, like rinse the meat, clean off the meat or something. He is not blind. Oh my God, he has that look. That like look up thing that certain I don't know what group of people it is that do that, but like I've seen that. Like it's like a disturbed sometimes, or like not all there in the head sort of facial expressions typically when I see that. Like you're not all there at that current moment. It could be a temporary thing, you know, but creepy. I don't like it. I don't like it. You idiot! Go! Interesting. Okay, so a more challenging in some ways. You know, he has full view, full vision. This animation cracks me up, dude. This dude was about to put me into a pot again or something. Okay. Dang, I'll have to call it on this game though. In just a second here. All right, let me go through this way. Can I? Let's be more quiet. His sense of hearing probably isn't as good. Okay. Yeah, he's big chillin'. He's being chilling right now. Oh, the other guy alerted him. You stupid. Oh shit. Ran to a crate. Brother, what? Why? Why? Where did I put that? Damn. That was gross. Okay. Whoops. Take it slow. Yeah, I'm gonna get a controller next time. I have macros for my L3 and R3, so I can use those. It'll be a lot easier to map my buttons, right? Sprint button should probably be like left bumper or something for this kind of game. Fuck, bro. Breathing a little heavy there. I need to find this damn key, but I don't know where the key's at, so I haven't had a second to like observe over there just yet, but I haven't seen anything over here. I hope I can climb this. This guy has ADHD like me. I can't see where I'm at. Where am I? What the hell? I got stuck on something the whole entire time. My feelings are hurt. How do I... So I want to just bait him out of this room, I think is my goal for right now. I'm gonna try to get this area cleared, and then maybe when I find another one of those lanterns, I'll call it. But yeah, Lyndon, I'll have to... I'll have to show you the druid if you're interested. I kind of like how that game works a little bit. I don't know if I'm gonna mess with it right now. I'll have to see if I like it more than the barbarian. Unless you ask to play some Diablo, which I'm totally always down to. If you ever like want me to help you like get through some stuff, or if you just want to like play, you just gotta ask and you let me know. I can just solo that game for days. I try to do it in moderation, but like if a new class for a character comes out, like in Last Epoch or this game, I'm gonna dabble in it, you know, and
disappointed! I got this!
Okay, okay. Did you catch that, Lyndon? Rehab, how did Hunt go out? I don't see any keys in here. Oh, he just gets up and goes eventually. Ah, okay. It almost looks like he's wearing a mask. It's really weird. Oh, how's that going for you? What do you think of the game, man? I haven't had a chance to really sit down and play it too much. So what is your take on the game? Because like I played like one quick like skirmish just to see what it looked like a little bit, but I didn't know what was going on. Oh, I see. But yeah, so I like had maybe literally 30 seconds with the game. So I really don't know how to play the game yet, but it seemed like it might be a little overwhelming to like micromanage the armies. But that's like at a first glance for me. So I wanted to know what your initial reaction was like to the difficulty of the game more specifically. I imagine the key might be in that cupboard over there. What? Wait, how'd you see me? Ah. Okay, so I was onto it. I was on the right thing. I was onto the right objective. Wait, you missed my my ramble about the game, I think. I don't know if you were here for that. Dang, you missed some good stuff. I was essentially talking about the artistry of the game. No worries. I mean, well, I don't know if you're an editor of mine, but you can feel free to like grab that clip if that's something that interests you. But it was basically me just breaking down, like, appreciating one of the aspects of the game. Oh, right. Get up, you fool! Ah! I got caught underneath the desk. I'm still learning. I'm still learning the nuance. This guy, man, disrespectful. Just toss me in a dishwasher or something. Everything with your, okay, by the way, with your family? Oh, an oven, okay. I thought he has several different kinds of ovens. And this era does not show much electricity other than light bulbs and the monkey toys. Oh shit. Damn, it'd be like that sometimes. But yeah, so I was basically just appreciating the game to some degree, and then the thing that one of the aspects of the game that I was talking about, which was like conveying emotion and being able to teach you to play the game all without any words, that was kind of the whole gist of it, is being able to do something this well without using words or dialogue at all in the game. And then like the perfect example popped up, and then I had a chance to talk about like just basically rant about how cool that is and like how much I appreciate this aspect of the game. And then it kind of got into a side tangent about with my background in gaming, like this is anybody, but it's in general when you have a lot of experience with like game development and working on making games. Because I started talking about the programming, like that programming aspect of how this function might work, which was part of it was moving the physics of the game, but the earlier part was the eating of the rat, right? And it's like the game was able to make me feel feelings, was able to teach me what I was supposed to do based off of the context of what I had eaten prior to that and how I had eaten those things, right? And what emotions those also conveyed. What is that? Yeah. Damn, did this guy get so upset he threw up? Oh, I see where I gotta go now. I see it. Eat, girl, eat. No. No? Soap? Nice. Oh, physics. Oh, cool. Again, the boat's influencing the slide. Amount of, like, the friction is being also, well, I guess the weight really less than the friction, but the friction is less because it has more momentum. Yeah, it's not exactly how that works, but it's just cool. All right, how do I save this? How do I save this doohickey? I didn't see an autosave recently. So I wonder if I'll see the click again, because, like, I don't know. I'll just pause it here. But yeah, I'll have to watch that later. Thank you, Rehab. Okay, yeah, so I'm gonna be chilling for a little bit somewhere on Discord after the stream, and I gotta say, first day playing this game, definitely enjoying it. Thank you for the recommendation, Tech. I was able to get this on Humble Bundle. It was on sale for the first and the second one, and maybe the DLC I think is all on sale, or at least a coupon for the DLC. I'm not sure. I didn't check that. I wasn't paying much attention to it at the time, other than the main two parts of the game, so 1 and 2. Now, I know part 2 is co-op. I don't know if I'll do the initial stream co-op or not, just because I don't know if I'll be able to get somebody consistently at this time that I'm streaming it on a Sunday. But either way, I'll be playing that one as well. 3 is co-op. Okay, I thought 2 and 3 were co-op. Excuse me. So 3 is the one that's co-op. Either way, I'm enjoying this. 1 and 2 for sure. Then I want to switch it up with Scorn. Then if this was what I'm talking about earlier. If Metal Gear is the season pass, the collection of 1, 2, and 3. If they're on sale or go on sale, then I'm gonna get those. I'm not buying the new Metal Gear. That I don't know if you know much about Kojima and Konami, if you know all of that drama and everything, but that affects my decision to buy Konami games now, and partially. And so what we can do for 4 at some point is to watch the documentary or something like that together, because it's pretty cool. I'm a big Metal Gear fan. 2 is solo. Got it. And 1, 2, and 3 are the games that the ones that I care about. And then 4 too. 4 as well. It's just you can only play 4 on the PS4 right now, and I don't think we'll ever get it on PC. However, this is a take where I have not heard it yet, but I personally think, and I say this knowing that I probably will not buy this for years after it comes out if it were a thing, but I think Konami should remake Metal Gear Solid 4. Now, there's a caveat to that. I have not played Delta, and I have not looked into Delta much. I got some clips that I saw some things of, but I have not looked into it at all or watched any Let's Plays of it. I probably won't. But if I understand correctly, they did a huge overhaul of the game, and it seems to be received very well. And I think they added more stuff too, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know how much, but I know they added stuff, and even other examples, like Final Fantasy is a great example. 7, Final Fantasy 7, the remakes have been totally different from the original game. Now, I'm saying less so making a bunch of changes, but that game, I believe, is a very underrated and underplayed game, specifically because it was only on the PS3 and never got ported to anything else. I think that's part of the issue. I think the game itself was, too much for some people in some ways, especially if they didn't play 1, 2, and 3. The game was the game did not make sense, in my opinion, if you hadn't played 1, 2, and 3 solid, right? Metal Gear Solid 1, 2, and 3. And I think there are people who can appreciate it without having to have played the other ones first, but I think that percentage is low, right? I have no statistics on this, but I just have a suspicion that that's the case, right? And the fact that it was never ported is partial confirmation. Now, that game was amazing. It had flaws that I can understand that other people would not be engaging, like it would not be interesting. I totally get it. Really long cutscenes, really crazy storyline. There's like a bunch of things that I had issues with. But if you are someone who's kind of like me, can appreciate a game for what it is. Like I just liked it because of what it is, right? I am a Metal Gear fanboy. I'm going to be biased. I like the artist and how he makes games. And so I'm not coming from a place of I'm a consumer and I want to enjoy myself. I'm coming from a place of I really like this artist and I want to see how they created their interpretation of part 4 of their game, like their game that they made, right? There's not really much of my expectations to the best of my ability. I do have expectations or have had expectations of the games, but I keep those to a minimum. And the only thing that's ever been like that I ever remember pissing me off was the bait and switch with Raiden and Solid Snake in Metal Gear Solid 2, right, on a PS2. That was the only thing that I really was like had a gripe about. Everything else, I just took it for what it was. Even Metal Gear Rising, I was like, I like this game. I like this interpretation. Bam, right? Not everybody can do that. Totally understand. However, 4 had some really great aspects to it. And I think that that's a shame that it doesn't go appreciated. Now, I'm not buying Konami games right now, but 4, I believe, is a perfect game to do a remake of if they're willing to do more to the game, right? The game already looked great. I don't know what engine it used and if they would be able to port it over to another engine easily or be able to I think, well, okay. So all the Metal Gear Solid games are made in like a Snake engine. And I think that 4 and 5 may have been on like on the same engine, but maybe a different iteration, like Unreal 4 to Unreal 5 kind of thing, because they use I think it's like the Snake mod. It's like the name of the game or the character is in the name of the engine. I can't remember what it's called though. And so I think it is very possible if they were able to port 3 like they did, I think that they could do 4. And 4 is a game where they have a little bit more of a blank canvas in some ways. Like they have a canvas that's basically already filled out for them, but there's a lot of room to add more what I would consider filler to it that is satisfying, right? I don't think they have all the cutscenes they would ever need, right? They don't need to add necessarily more to the plot, but it is very easy to be able to add like the stages be longer or bigger, right? They can redo the stages and the maps because the concept is so cool, but the concept of the game, I think, suffered for the lack of scale that the individual maps had. Right. They were enough for me. I enjoyed them, but I think that they could have done more closer to what they did with Metal Gear 5, but not that excessive and not that formulaically repeatable. Right. Metal Gear 4 or 5 had the issue where it tried to do what Peace Walker did, which was a handheld game, and they made a repetitive format and presented it kind of cool, but after a while, certain people just don't want that, right? It doesn't feel like you're actually engaging them with new content. It feels like you're just kind of doing a rinse repeat. I grew up playing Mario and Donkey Kong and shit like that, so I don't mind doing the same levels over and over again, but I know not everyone's built like that, right? So that's not very engaging. In 5, that had a separate issue where the format of the game just was a little bit too repetitive for people, and understandably so. I agree that they could have been more broad with the stages and settings and things and the missions, right? The missions would repeat basically on a harder difficulty or things of that nature. It was very, very much like Peace Walker, which was, again, a PSP game. So with 4, though, I think there's a lot of wiggle room. And then it also had a multiplayer aspect to it, too. I think that is too much to ask of Konami to mess with the multiplayer. So I'm not going to add that to the wish list. But hey, that would be cool, too. But I do think 4 should be appreciated by more people. It would pain me to see that Konami is profiting while Kojima does not. That would be very frustrating for me, but based off of how I'm seeing that 3 is being received, I think 4 should get that same light, because 4 was an amazing game that was technically the closure to Metal Gear Solid. Metal Gear Solid 4 is the end of the series. Like canonically speaking, chronologically speaking, 4 is the last game in the series. So it, in my opinion, is always going to hold a lot of weight to the series, right? I'm always going to prioritize 4 over 5 in terms of the importance of like the series of what games to play in my hierarchy of the game. 5 is almost in its own category for me. It was made by Konami, but the creation of that game and what it became was marred with a lot of internal conflict within Konami and with Kojima. And so I don't think that game is the best it could have been. And I also really did not give a damn about continuing Big Boss's story. I am I'm a Solid Snake fan. I'm not a Big Boss fan. Like, he's cool, don't get me wrong. Like, I loved 3, but like, I wanted Solid Snake, even if he was an old man, even if it was like Raiden or something like that. I wanted that story to continue because the conclusion of that game did leave room to grow it. And I know that Konami did not want to continue, or Kojima did not want to continue making the game. So in my head, you know, I sort of just, that's where it ends, right? And then when he left Konami, I was like, okay, well, even if they make more games, which they made one game, which was, I'm not going to trash it, but I was not interested in it. Even if I was behind Konami games, I would not have bought it, right? I can't remember what it was called. It was Metal Gear Solid 5 something, like it was Ground Zero, not Ground Zero. It was something, I don't remember. And some people like it, whatever. If people enjoy it, they enjoy it, right? I think one of my friends played it and he said he liked it, but I'm like, nah, I can't mess with it. Which is sort of a callback to another game where, cause like I'm ethically not buying Konami games, but like because of my values and ethics and bias, I'm not buying Konami games. And I could very easily be like, don't buy Konami games, right? Or like buying games are unethical, like something along those lines. But like, I feel very strongly about this, by the way. So like, it might seem hyperbolic compared to like a political conversation, slightly less important in politics in my head, but at the same time, still very important. Metal Gear Solid is where I get my gamer tag from, 2 times over, right? My old gamer tag was Cypher, which was a Metal Gear Solid reference, and then the Philosophers is another reference in the Metal Gear Solid game. Bam, combine them together. So anyways, and also I like philosophy, and the game is very philosophical. Okay, so Hideo Kojima is a very specific kind of game developer, right? So I'll give you the short abridged version, but just know ahead of time I'm very biased towards Kojima, but I also can acknowledge that there is a possibility that like there's more blame on his side than I give credit for, but I don't know that. There's no evidence of that. Either way, the short version is Kojima. I'm going to keep saying Kojami, like I'm trying to combine the two. Hideo Kojima is the creative director and the creator of the Metal Gear series. That includes Metal Gear 1, 2, and Snake's Revenge on the NES. And then all of the Solid game series and PSP games, maybe not some of the spinoffs, but like, and then also Metal Gear Rising. This Metal Gear Solid is his baby. He created it. That and Space Knots were like his 2 big games on the Sega Saturn. And so, yeah, I love Kojima games, and I was explaining that I play Kojima games and I play them for what they are, more so in like a subjective artistic expression. Like when you're hearing somebody's song or looking at their art, yeah, you can have your own expectations if you want, but if you're really truly trying to appreciate it, all you're trying to do is just like get into the head of where they're at and just taking it in for what it is and trying to see what it means to you without expectation, right? I don't treat all games like this, but it depends on the quality of the game from my perspective. But at the same time, I'm just biased. Anyways, so Metal Gear, he did not want to make Metal Gear after Metal Gear 3. So the important aspect is to understand that this guy had to make more of these games because they were going to make it without him. And I can emotionally relate to somebody taking my hard work and my creation, and even without with me having, they're telling me I need to make the game this way. They're trying to monetize it. They're trying to make the multiplayer because they're trying to get more people to play it. They're trying to get microtransactions into it, right? These people are kind of bastardizing your creation. This is a very subjective take on it, but this is essentially what is happening within Konami, right? They hired a new CEO. The CEO used to work on like pachinko games, so he was a very like microtransactions. I think he worked on like phone games and got hired to be the CEO. And like, so he's thinking about monetization. Kojima is somebody who cares more about the art, who cares more about the expression. That's just on record several times. I'm going to take that for what it is. And he acts that way. So it becomes an issue where he is sort of trapped into making the game, or they're going to make it without him. And this game is his baby. And I can understand not wanting somebody to do that. But he also made the choice to continue working on that game. And with that comes expectations from Konami. Historically, Konami, for the most part, let him do his process, his creative process, right? A lot of people tried to force making video games into this cookie cutter like assembly line. You got to crunch, time crunch. You do all this stuff, and there's like a timeline to it. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but not all studios work the same way. Not all directors work the same way. So I believe Kojima is a person that does not work on some sort of hard, arbitrary timeline to release the game at an optimal date, right? Yes, that's important, but pushing the game back a year further is more important than putting out a shitty product, right? That was sort of his philosophy, which is what I would also agree to. And so that kept happening between like 3, 4, and 5. I'm not sure exactly what, to the degree of like what level, but 5 was when things just came to a head. Like, he made 4, he added the multiplayer. I think there were some microtransactions in there. Like that was already problematic. And then they make him do it again and to more degree. And he wasn't making the game fast enough for them. Right. And so by the time the game comes out, he's already been let go / he left, right? He's gone. And like there's some drama to this too because of how popular Kojima is. So, he gets let go. He's gone for a little bit. They release Metal Gear Solid 5. They sort of retcon his name. Like they remove his name from a lot of the credits, right? In some petty way, or remove his logo from the game, right? So not only do they kind of separate unceremoniously, they're also actively taking steps after he's gone to remove his credit from the game. Right. Again, I'm very biased. I think that's messed up. And I can also acknowledge for some people who are going to think this way that I don't know if there was a contract of a timeline of the game. I can believe that's to be possible, but I don't think that someone would make somebody else sign a contract under the same company like they would. But with Kojima sort of having his own development group named after himself, it's very possible that there was some like verbal or written agreement to put the game out at this date. If that were not the case, I understand that Kojima may have been taking longer than preferred to make the game, and games cost money to be made. I can acknowledge that. I personally think that Kojima has been proven to be able to make great games. If you want him to be able to make a game that is great and will make real money and build a real fan base, let him just make the game that he wants to make. And I'm not saying just let him do whatever, but there's a more productive way of having that engagement. And then on top of that, adding more monetization to the game when I know that he was apprehensive to it. I'm apprehensive to microtransactions. It's not something that people actually respect for the most part. Like, yeah, people will make money because people they can't self-regulate spending money on dumb shit. It is what it is. But that is not more important. Again, this is a very subjective artistic viewpoint versus a CEO who's thinking about the bottom line. So you can clearly see where things are going to go. And so basically he leaves, and they also snub him during the Video Game Awards. He was not allowed to attend the Video Game Awards. And if you don't, one thing to know about the Video Game Awards is that it's hosted and I think ran by Jeff Keighley, who was a huge fan and a huge friend of Hideo Kojima. So he didn't have to. This is when he gained a little respect from me, actually. But he had to be he kind of was a little bit unprofessional in the sense of decorum, but he said it very well where, let me see if I can find it. right? And this is only one aspect of it. This isn't necessarily why, but I think it's the lore of the situation is pretty fascinating and frustrating. So I get a chance to rewatch this actually. Oh, hey, it's Young Yeah. Young Yeah. I don't know if you know who that is. Let me see here. Oh, and then let me go back to the other YouTubes. No, okay. This is how did I do that before? Strange. Let me see here. Give me 1 second to figure this out. I'll just have to do this. Display capture. Okay, got it. I got y'all. A lot of this I'm figuring out in real time. So for the people who are watching on Twitch, you might not see, but I'm just doing my YouTube shorts, like trying to get everything kind of aligned, learning as I go. And I think I'll be doing more of this, the YouTube shorts, more to talk about politics and do like call-ins. But I don't mind the idea of streaming it because I can just have follow-up conversations. Anyways, so this is 2015 is when this all happened. Here is Jeff Keighley talking about this.
For accepting that award. And as you noticed, Hideo Kojima is not here with us tonight, and I want to tell you a little bit about that. Mr. Kojima had every intention of being with us tonight, but unfortunately, he was informed by a lawyer representing Konami just recently that he would not be allowed to travel to tonight's awards ceremony to accept any awards. He's still under an employment contract, and it's disappointing, and it's inconceivable to me that an artist like Hideo would not be allowed to come here and celebrate with his peers and his fellow teammates such an incredible game as Metal Gear Solid 5. But that's the situation we're in. Hideo is in Tokyo right now watching the show, so we want you to know, Hideo, that we're thinking of you, and we miss you. We hope to see you at the Game Awards 2016. But
yeah, but wait, there's more. Yeah, so that's the situation right there. I think that's a little bit of history, and I gained a little bit of respect for Jeff Keighley. I'm not saying he's a terrible person or anything like that. I don't know any negative things about him. He's just not my type of person, right? And so I thought that was respectable that someone in such a high place doing something like, Grammy levels for video games, kind of calling the bullshit out. I appreciated that, right? Hideo Kojima is not a small developer by any means, but he's not the big guy, right? He's somebody who is authentically trying to make art in the form of video games. And there's not many people who are able to even do that. There's plenty of people who want to do that. There's plenty of people who can do that, but there's very few people who are in a position and have the resources to be able to do that. And Konami took that away and fucked that up, right? And I think that was for the better in the long run, because we got Death Stranding, and I think there's other games, because I love Metal Gear Solid. I can't tell you, I would never complain about a Kojima Metal Gear Solid. But knowing during Metal Gear Solid 3, because I followed the development of this game when I was in high school, right? I was watching this in my typing classes. I would finish all my typing assignments really early and then go watch Metal Gear Solid 3 trailers and shit. This is in 9th or 10th grade, maybe 11th, I can't remember. And so I followed him, I read all the articles, etc. And so knowing during Metal Gear Solid 3's development that he didn't want to make more Metal Gear Solid 3's, in the back of my mind as I got older, I'm like, this sucks. This doesn't feel right. Like, not to a high degree. Like, I'm taking in the games. I'm loving Metal Gear Solid 3, Metal Gear Solid 4. Great. But like, by the time 5 is coming out, I'm just like, I'm gonna play it even before all the drama and shit. Hey, what's up, AG? But like, as an artist, at this point, I'm going through school for game development, right? So my appreciation for the process of making games, my ignorance is less so. I understand the different aspects of creating a game, so my respect and appreciation for Kojima grew more. And knowing that he didn't want to make these games, by the time 5 was coming out, you know, it's like, it had already felt wrong to me, because I'm like, I would like to see another Kojima game. Like, as much as I love another Metal Gear to come out, I want to see what else he wants to make, because he's expressed that he wants to work on other games. It's not that he didn't like Metal Gear Solid, it's that he had ideas other than Metal Gear Solid. And if you're a creative type or an artist, I'm sure you can relate to being like having to be locked into one art form. Like, even if it is something as grand as a Metal Gear Solid game, like, those games are a multi-year commitment. If you are forced to make a game, you're committing to that game for several years of your life. And as much as I love when my favorite directors make content, right, it is somewhat like painful or uncomfortable to also know that they didn't want to actually make that game. And as a creative type, I feel like we won't get the best version of somebody's work if they don't want to do it or they're not passionate about it. And it would suck knowing that I am consuming content that is less than what it could have been because of shitty circumstances that could have been avoided because people with money wanted more money. That is like a specific issue that I take with the game development industry. And so, as one of the few like rare breeds that are able to and are funded to make games, because PlayStation ended up announcing that they are going to let him make his game, and they like publicly talked about the fact that they will let him make his game the way he wants to make his game, right? So he because he was forced into a situation that he shouldn't have been put in, he was able to go back to the environment that makes him one of the best game developers in the world, in my opinion. So that is the history of Kojima, Metal Gear Solid, and Konami, and why I personally just don't buy their games anymore. I'm not going to pay full price for their stuff. If there's a Steam sale, I know that a percentage of that money has to go to Steam as well. I don't know exactly like the cut, if it's based off a price or if like there's an initial sale, kind of like when you go to a GameStop or something like that. Like you just because the game is cheaper doesn't mean that you paid any less to get the game, kind of thing. So I can't speak on the pricing arrangement, but I do love Metal Gear Solid, and these are Kojima games. That's kind of how I would justify buying the game, but I don't want to pay full price for these games if I can help it. And so I'm in no rush to play the game. Metal Gear Solid Delta, if it gets like below $10 or something like that, I might consider buying it, but I'm not spending anywhere over $30 for the game. And then Metal Gear Solid Collection, Metal Gear Solid Master Collection, which is, it's so confusing on Steam. I don't know why it's this stupid on Steam. It's really frustrating because they have it separated, and then they have the Master Collection, which is the full first 3 Metal Gear Solids that you can get. It's $60 right now. I have it, like, I'm watching it or wishlist it. And if it gets to like $20, I'll scoop it up. It might happen during the holiday sale, in which case after I beat Scorn, I'll get around to that, but that'll probably be up into January before I'm able to actually play that game and have beaten all 3 of these games coming up. So yeah, good talks. I make too much content to put onto YouTube videos, but I think that playing more of these games, I'm able to have these rants. I think I'll be able to eventually have some time and make some time to put out gaming clips. I think that I would just have a different social media other than mixing it with like, because I'm talking about TikTok specifically. I already have a YouTube gaming channel, but if I start doing like shorts, the gaming stuff obviously can go on my YouTube channel. But then if I decide to do a TikTok, which maybe I just won't, I can put that on there. But yeah, I would love to eventually get to that point. Right now, it's not the high priority. I guess it'll be there, and I try to make evergreen content because I don't play or buy games that are very brand new for the most part. Maybe an update might be brand new, like Outlast and Hunt Showdown, those kind of things. But I digress. Let me read the chat. I didn't see you said anything. I missed some of the things. Yeah, can't believe they fumbled the Hideo Kojima. Yeah, and it's a greed thing, right? It's a very subjective topic. But if you're not focusing on just the bottom dollar, like the bottom line, then I don't get it. Well, I get the greed. It's just, I don't get how they don't see how they could have made more money if they just let him make his own game. And people are too busy worrying about how well one specific game sells to see how making a great game can actually boost the sales of all of your other games in that series or in that company. But when you make a game that is clearly made for money, personally, especially with myself, you diminish the quality of your brand as a whole. And you become less of a endearing company that makes games based off of passion, and they're reliable in their passion for making games and making them as best they can. And you turn into this company that's just making entertainment for the sake of just making money, which is very formulaic, very expectable, very half-baked a lot of times. Like, it kind of insults your intelligence or wastes your time. Those kinds of games diminish the desire to want to support the brand more than they are, right? It's more of just an exchange of like, you entertain me, that's it. Which is, if they're making their money, it is what it is. But like, you can still make money off of your older titles, especially with things like Steam and the Epic Store and the console online stores. So there's a world where they could have been releasing or re-releasing some of these games like they have been doing, and then like still letting the artists just make their game, right? And then because they have these games readily available and they're making good games to continue the series, more people are going to go back and buy the pre-existing games, especially when you're making a game that's a prequel. Technically, you can go back, and Metal Gear Solid Delta could have sold more than it already did, and they could have remade 1 and 2 before they made Delta and made sales off of those. But they chose money first. And another reason why I personally think that Metal Gear Delta being the game they made over Metal Gear Solid 1 or 2, it shows me personally that they care more about money than they care more about the beautiful story that Kojima wrote in this game. I like the story of this game, and I don't think the story is properly told if you start with Metal Gear Solid 3. I'm not saying it's wrong objectively. Subjectively speaking, I'll say this. You will not enjoy the game the way that I was able to appreciate the game. You will not be able to appreciate Big Boss and the story of Metal Gear Solid 3 the same way that I was. I'm not saying that as an assumption. I'm just saying that I have the prior context of who Solid Snake was before, who Solid Snake became up to the point of Metal Gear Solid 2. I knew that going into Metal Gear Solid 3, right, where you play as Big Boss, where you play as his biological father, there is a different way that you view Metal Gear Solid 3. And I think that was somewhat intentional. And I've not heard this one way or the other from Kojima. So this is my personal take on this, is that the game is called Metal Gear Solid 3 because it's the third game that you should play, right? Yes, timeline wise, it takes place before the other two. But I believe the story is in part, it is more important to focus on Solid Snake. And Metal Gear Solid 3 is a story of how Solid Snake became who he was because of who the boss was, and how the boss, Big Boss, became who he was, right? In my opinion, that is in relation to the world not just the world, or not just the character, right? Not just how he was born and who Big Boss was, but the world that Solid Snake was born into, right? I was able to look at Metal Gear Solid 3 through the lens of what is to come. And I'm not saying that's the right way to do it, but like, someone created this, and in my personal experience, it just makes that game just completely different. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. But personally, Metal Gear Solid 3 or Metal Gear Solid 1 was the game they should have made first. They did remake 1 again, technically, or they remade it on the GameCube with the help of Silicon Knights. So they poured in Metal Gear Solid 1, and that was like a remake. And they actually was somewhat ambitious because they added new animations, they added new voice lines. They did the thing, right? That was their first remake. There was never a 2. So like 2 would be the next logical game to create again if they were focused more on the narrative, because technically 1 already got one. Understandable if you want to be like, I can't call it cheap because technically they already invested money into making a remake, but it was only on the GameCube. So again, they kind of pigeonholed themselves because they signed a contract with Nintendo to put it out on only that. So you can't get Twin Snakes, which is the remake that came out on GameCube. You can't buy that other than on a GameCube disc. I don't think they even re-released it on the downloadable store. I don't have, well, technically I have a Switch, but I've never checked for that. So I don't know. I think Metal Gear 1 and 2, which are NES games, those may be on the store, but I would doubt if the other one was. But anyways, yeah, 2 could have gotten a remake. Personally, I think 1 should have been remade how they did Delta. I think that would have been honoring the storyline and the narrative that he wrote. That's purely my opinion, but that's my like very opinionated take on that situation, right? That's yeah. Sorry. I get heated about that one. I need to hydrate. I'm feeling my voice get all dry because I've talked too long. I'm sorry about your nightmares of the GOP. That was sort of the joke, honestly. That was sort of the joke. So you get it. You get it. Most of the time, these celebrity directors get rich and they're fund their own projects. They are producers, directors, and writers all. Yeah. They're kind of like the Renaissance man. They do it all. The thing is, film has had the time to mature into critically acclaimed medium. Legislated. Video games are still getting there, which gives game related events and companies freedom to do what they want. Yeah, and they lobby and they stall this process. I see it. I had this issue with microtransactions. Like I had this fear, this paranoid fear working at GameStop and seeing day one DLC and seeing the rise of DLC on the 360 and being so apprehensive to it and feeling so gross when I was selling it to people. I remember that feeling, and I didn't have any rational argument. I didn't have any evidence. I had a rational argument and concern, but I was nobody but a GameStop employee and a college student, right? But it just felt wrong the way they were doing it. The concept was fine. You had Oblivion had some questionable DLC, but I played Diablo had an expansion. So I'm used to games getting expansions. That's what it used to be called, expansions. Diablo 2 had Diablo 2 Lord of Destruction was the main game, and then it had an expansion pack. Blizzard did this all the time with their games, but it was pretty decent content for the price. And so it wasn't like it was a foreign concept to add more to the game. But then it became called DLC, and it behaved slightly differently. It was more like parts of something, like maybe a new map on a multiplayer game, or a new character or something like that, or a new cosmetic, right? It was few and far between, but they were starting to pop up more and more and more. And, I had seen this on a game called MapleStory first. So I already knew what it could become because I played MapleStory during the beta before it had any DLC whatsoever. So I've been playing MapleStory. I haven't played it anymore, but I played it for several years before, or at least I played it for a long time before the DLC in that game came out. If you've ever played MapleStory, try to imagine a world where it didn't have any cosmetics, no pets, no vacuums to pick up your stuff, hardly any quest lines whatsoever. There was a point where there was no quests in the game at all, and only 5 classes, maybe 6 depending on how you count the mage. Anyways, I had seen this in a different game. And I did not like it. I thought it was kind of cool, but I have just always been adverse to the concept of buying cosmetics with your real money and not being able to do it with in-game money. Like removing the option to buy things in-game that are cosmetic, removing the option to do that with only in-game currency is, I think, just across the board unethical, right? I'm used to it, but I'm disgusted by it, if I'm being honest with you. And so as a young adult, seeing this, I'm like the paranoid tinfoil hat guy. Like, this is going to be stupid. Like, this is not going to be good the way things go. And then having to sell it and having to like see it slowly become exactly what I was concerned about. And to the point to where we aren't able to actually make any progress. I think Hawaii was the only state that really tried to do anything, but it's just that these companies lobby and they throw money at the issue and it just delays the inevitable of regulating it. But that delay can be a generation or two. So it really sucks. It really sucks. I'm not happy with the state of DLC in this game, the way we do microtransactions. My son is not allowed to have microtransactions, right? And this might be, I don't think there's anything wrong with this, but I think that it's more extreme than most people. But this is something I'm trying to advocate with more people, is that my son's not allowed to get DLC. Literally today, I don't know if he was playing Pokemon Unite. I think he was playing another game, but he was asking me, why can't we just spend 99 cents on this item? And my wife and I had to, we've explained this a couple of times, but like, he gets older and he learns more and he remembers more. You're younger, you're not going to catch all of that, right? So we try to just come at it. We talk. We don't use baby talk. We don't dumb down things. We talk. If he needs to understand something, he asks clarifying questions. If he doesn't know a word, he'll ask what that word means. You know, if he's focused enough, he'll pay attention and he'll know what's going on. And like, literally today, I'm like, part of it is the principle of it. There's multiple reasons why, but one is that I don't want you to make a single purchase with real money until there several factors happen. Like, one, that you can show me that you can be responsible with your money. He gets like, not necessarily allowance, but he has money that he saves up from different things like birthdays and stuff. We try to limit how much he's able to spend on that. When we play games like Pal World, where there's resources, I challenge his thinking. And like, if he asks me to make something for him, I'm going to ask him how many things he needs, things of that nature. Like, I want him to show me that he knows how to value money for what it's supposed to be used, a tool to help you further your endeavors, right? And now we also use it as a tool to entertain ourselves or to distract ourselves, myself included. Very guilty of that, doing it right now, technically. And so, like, I'm not saying that to brag or anything, but like, I'm very, very, very personally, like, I don't advocate this very often, right? I don't feel the need to. I don't see a reason to, right? It's not going to get any sort of result to that degree of influence, at least not right now. Maybe when I have a bigger platform, I'll do that more and that'll help. But like, right now, I'm talking about it right now. And so, yeah, I talk with my son and treat him like an adult and explain to him the several different reasons why, because part of it is ethics, part of it is just the practice of it, part of it is an addiction, right? It's not an addiction in itself. I'm saying that this can start the process of addiction if they don't have that self-regulation, right? Like, kids starting early and using their parents' credit cards to purchase things is not ever a good recipe. I think that if you have a responsible child and you can trust them enough to only make a transaction, assuming only after you've communicated with them and talked about it and gotten the logic and the reasoning behind it, because it's not just like, I believe that spoiling is a very big possibility if you try to give the world to your kid, right? I'm not saying you need to be a jerk. Like, my son has so many toys, like they're covering the ground sometimes. So he has a lot of things to play with. He has a tablet, but we can't force appreciation, but we can regulate how often he does these things and when he's allowed to like utilize these things, with a good explanation. And one of those things is like spending money on games. Like, I will not do it. I very rarely make microtransactions compared to my peers. It is a topic I am very, 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 very opinionated and passionate about talking about, and being very opinionated against the monetization practices that they have right now in game development. Right now, I don't feel like there's anything that I can do other than talking about it, but maybe when I get into politics more often, that is something that I think will be an important solution. Everyone acts like the things that are platforming on a lot of politicians act like the things that they're platforming on is the one solution to everybody's problems for some reason. And no one ever says that, like, yeah, it's kind of a long process and we can't pick all these things. People don't actually address the reality of, like, yeah, you're voting on me and these are the things that I'm saying are important to me and hopefully they're important to you. But like, there's several unspoken solutions and issues and problems, and people act like they don't necessarily exist because they're too busy like just marketing what they're trying to work on as if that's like the one big solution. And I understand that logic to a degree, but I think it's a dumb practice as a whole, right? The way that they turn it against each other with the different political parties and ideologies, and then when they go against each other in the political debates, it's like, it's not a productive practice that encourages the building of better solutions cooperatively. It's like everyone's out for themselves, so they have to sell themselves in a very like emotional way that gets attention and cuts above all the noise. And so something as non-needed as video games, it's hard to make any progress in this, especially when our social climate is so volatile right now. There's not a reality that they're going to regulate the creation of video games anytime soon, because they're too busy even trying to figure out where our morals and ethics lie as a country. So we're fighting over that, and we're, you know, people are getting shot in schools. So I feel very cynical about it. I think it's like, you make progress. There's a lot of people you can work on these things and other things. But people are just so sensational about everything, so like hyperbolic about every situation. I would say myself maybe included, to the perspective of some people. So I'm ranting enough. I've had enough talking for today. Well, I haven't. I want to talk more, but I'm going to shut up now because it's late and I appreciate you guys. So thank you so much for hanging out with me. As always, I stream every Sunday, as Wednesday as well, around 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Come through, hang out, have some fun. We talk about politics on Sunday before we get to gaming, and that about wraps it up. So thank you guys so much. Thank you for hanging out with me. Have a good night. Also, a Merry Christmas if you're not in the next stream or don't talk to you beforehand. I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye. Cheese.
Gotcha, bitch.